together with these tail flukes and fins, which are covered in barnacles. So it leaves a lot of scars on them. Humpback whales have tubercles on the tops of their heads, out of which is a single vibressa or hair. And those tend to be so badly scarred they look like white golf balls. So a female would have none of that scarring. But the real proof is when you can see the genitals. And the female will have a semi-spherical lobe at the end of her genital, whereas the male won't. But, you can't always get in the water and see the underside of a whale. So
right.
I can make a 99% correct guess just by looking at the scarring.
We're talking with Andrew Stevenson, who is chatting with us from Bermuda, who is the founder of something called whalesbermuda.com because of his extraordinary experience and love and passion for accumulating research and data about whales and obviously trying to save them. Andrew, if people don't interfere in a whale's lifespan, do we know how long a whale is supposed to be able to live, and then die of natural causes?
That's a really good question, and we don't know because we've been killing the biggest, oldest ones for so long. So we stopped hunting them in, 1986. I would just take a guess that they live as long as we do, like 100 years. But they may live a lot longer than that. But we have been the ones that have kill the biggest ones and the oldest ones, so we don't really know how old they can get to be. The oldest match that I've made using the individual black and white pigmentation pattern on the bottom side of the tail, the oldest match I've had is a whale we call Candle, and that is to 1976 when they first started doing these photo IDs, and that was off Labrador. So what's that, 50 years?
And, we live, this radio station predominantly broadcasts to Connecticut, but also some New York and everybody else who wants to hear it. And we have many people, including myself, who go to Cape Cod every summer. I spend 2 weeks every summer in Cape Cod in July. And so I've been on a lot of whale watches over the years. Is it likely that I'm seeing some whales that you know?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. We've matched a lot of our whales to your area. Stellwagen Bank, which is off Boston, Cape Cod, and all the way down to North Carolina, we've matched some of our whales.
So tell me, Andrew Stevenson, in this journey and this profound spiritual experience you had with the magical whale, tell me about what wisdom that you think that has, what do you think that you know now as a human, that you didn't know before you started this research?
I mean, the knowledge I've got about the humpbacks is just it's layer upon layer upon layer. I can't even begin to describe what I have learned. But I really feel that here in Bermuda, we have the possibility of unlocking the secrets of their lives. And I'll tell you why. Between Alaska and Hawaii, there is no mid-ocean seamount providing a platform for researchers to get an insight into their mid-ocean lives. And down in the southern hemisphere, there's nothing really like Bermuda, but we are right smack in the middle of their migratory route. Now, when they're down south, they're busy, the males are busy fighting for the attention of a female, and the females are busy giving birth and then nursing their calves. And when they're up north, they're feeding like they do in your area, and the water's often very murky, but they're at work, they're feeding. But when they arrive here, it's like they're in limbo, and they're not necessarily, they are feeding, but that's not their main goal, and they are fighting over female, but that's not their main goal. So, for example, last Thursday and Friday, I witnessed once again a herd of male humpbacks, very old, battered ones, and they were dancing around each other. It looked like whale soup. If you could put 10 whales in a teacup, that's what it looks like with the aerial footage. And it's the aerial footage that just gives you such an incredible insight into their lives. So before I started flying the drone from a boat, I knew that these whales were, I likened it to dogs sniffing each other's tails. But now when I have the drone up there, I can see they're touching each other, and
Really?
and they're only males, and the singing is so loud that I can hear it through the hull of the boat.
Really?
But but they also have their penises out.
Interesting. Fantastic. So,
And
wow.
exactly, wow. And they are large and they are hypersensitive organs, and the tails and pectoral fins that are moving around in that water column are covered in razor sharp barnacles. So this is an extraordinary show of fraternal ecstasy where they get really excited at this. And as I say, the singing is incredibly intense, and you can see two or three of them are singing at the same time because they generally have their head down and their tail up when they're singing. So, we're seeing things here that nobody else is really getting an insight into. And what I say is the more I know, the more I don't know. And I remember a very well-known whale expert up in Halifax, Canada, telling me when I went to see him the first year I started doing this, he said, Andrew, you can't measure humpback or whale research in years. You measure it in decades. So, Lisa, I've only done 2 decades.
Yeah, no. And let me ask you, you say we've stopped whaling in 1986. Are we seeing
Yep.
any recovery of different species of whales in general? Are we going to get our whales back?
Well, I mean, as far as the humpbacks are concerned, there's no doubt about it. I did an analysis with statisticians from the University of Edinburgh on a capture-recapture model, which is when we have a sighting and then a resighting, and we are able to work that formula, which is a basic, simple formula, but then we have to adapt it to the circumstances here. And it did show, after 3 years of inputting all that information into this formula, that the numbers are steadily increasing. But just anecdotally, we can see, I'm looking out the window right now at the ocean, and so often when I'm doing this, I can see the whales going by. So anecdotally, over the past couple of decades, there's no question whatsoever that the whale numbers are increasing. But people in New York, and perhaps even in your area, I think that you as well have seen the whales offshore a lot more than you have in the past.
We've seen the occasional dolphins where we didn't used to see them, but we also know at the same time that our oceans are tremendously polluted, particularly by plastic. A lot of us are concerned about the wind power and the installation of these noisy windmills in the offshore. I'm concerned that it's throwing off the sonar. Last year, for the very first time, I've been going to Cape Cod for over 40 years, and I go to this little town called Wellfleet, which is at the tip of the Outer Cape, and there were 125 dolphins that washed up on shore as dead, and nobody knows why. They've never seen a mass event like that before, and they were right behind our house, a whole bunch of them. It was really, frankly, devastating to see all those bodies, and they don't know why, and they don't know why. They don't know if it's warming waters, some kind of a mistake, maybe it's the wind. Do you have any guess as to? Do you have just a guess as to the health in general of these large mammals and why some of them may end up in mass breaching incidents?
I mean, I can't summarize what all the different reasons are. No, and really, my main focus is the humpback whales, and they don't do the mass strandings, but they do. We've stopped. That's good. No, we've stopped hunting them, but they do suffer. I mean, the biggest thing is entanglement. So they are ingesting
plastics and the nets and everything.
The plastic, right? Yeah, exactly, yeah, and there's not a single whale that I see that does not have entanglement scars on it.
Really?
I was down in Perth, Australia, in November at a big conference there, and I spent 3 days with researchers down there. And when they showed me the aerial footage of the humpback whales, it was just so obvious that they had no entanglement scars whatsoever.
Oh,
and
wow.
They're going down to Antarctica, and the west coast of Australia is not so populated as it is in the eastern seaboard of the USA and Canada, where it's just full of nets and lines and absolutely full of it. And so all of our whales, not a single one has escaped having some kind of entanglement. On the leading edge of their flukes, you can see these white marks, and then you'll often see white marks all around the peduncle, the tail. You see the marks through their mouths if they get it caught in their mouth, and then over their belly and over their backs. So, yeah, there are very big dangers here.
So,
but going on to a positive note.
Yes, tell me the positive, yes. Yes.
Okay, well, I forgot. You mentioned dolphins. Well, there's another thing that happens when these males go into this ecstatic frenzy of fraternal friendship, and that is that the dolphins join them.
Really?
And yes, and you see, for example, on Thursday I had, it was 10 humpback whales dancing around each other, singing so loud I could hear it through the hull of the boat. I got the drone up there, and there are a dozen dolphins dancing in and around the humpback whales. You wouldn't believe it unless you saw the footage.
Yeah. You know what? That's an experience of a lifetime to be able to see that. And you're seeing it all the time. But for the average person, it's, we just don't have that kind of contact with nature. It's extraordinary.
Yeah. Do you know what? It's absolutely wonderful when I can spend a whole day out on the ocean. And even if I don't see whales, and I really do mean this, it's just nice to sit out there with the engine off and get away from humanity.
Andrew Stevenson. And on that note, I've already skipped one commercial break. I really have to say goodbye. But what a pleasure it is to get to know you and to hear about your love and passion and work for the whales. What is your website? And if people want to help and contribute, I imagine you're largely self-funded or friends and family. If they want to help, how do they find you?
They can go on my website, whalesbermuda.com. It's really comprehensive. It shows underwater photographs. It has links to my 2 documentary films, which are on Vimeo. It has a list of all the papers I've published. If people want to donate or contact me, they can do it through my email address, which is there, but I can give it to you here. It's spout, as in a whale spout, SPOUT, @logic.bm, as in Bermuda.
And the photo gallery is not to be missed on whalesbermuda.com. It's extraordinary. It's really something. You can see these black and white fingerprints, as you put them, and how different they are from whale to whale, and also all the barnacles and scarring. It's really something. They're amazing. They're amazing. I want to thank you so much for joining us today. If I ever make it to Bermuda, maybe I'll get to shake your hand and meet you in person. I would love to do that. I really would.
Well, I'm sure you'll make it back here again.
I think I'll try. Andrew Stevenson, whalesbermuda.com.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny through this afternoon with a high in the upper 70s and a breeze light out of the southeast. Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with the showers tomorrow and a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's June 13th, Friday the 13th. Celebrating birthdays today, Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen.
Uncle Jesse and Rebecca are going to be married. Let's celebrate.
You got it, dude.
In 1975, Peter Frampton recorded his worldwide #1 double album in San Francisco. And in 2010, singer and sausage king Jimmy Dean passed away.
Taste for yourself why Jimmy Dean is America's favorite sausage.
In 1989, the #1 movie at the box office was James Bond's License to Kill. June 13th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. I'm Christopher Cruz. Iran's supreme leader has just said the country's armed forces will retaliate against Israel for its attacks on nuclear sites. In a nationally televised address moments ago, he said Iran's military will leave Israel helpless. By all accounts, Israel's airstrikes have been on target. CBS News contributor Robert Berger is in Jerusalem.
The attack has gone extremely well from the Israeli point of view. They've killed 3 top generals in the command in Iran. They hit the Natanz nuclear facility, which is the top enrichment facility, causing major damage according to the military. And also Mossad agents got inside Iran with drones and were able to hit some ballistic missile sites.
CBS's Courtney Keeley says Israel isn't finished.
Israel is not pulling its punches. They are going all out, Prime Minister Netanyahu. This is something that will probably continue tonight, and we will maybe expect some ongoing through the weekend.
With a parade in Washington and protests expected around the country over Trump administration policies tomorrow, heat could be a factor. Forecasters have posted extreme heat warnings for desert areas of Southern California, Southern Nevada, and a large part of Arizona.
High temperatures will be between 105 and 110 degrees for several days in places including metro areas of Las Vegas, Phoenix, and Tucson. Sergio Armendariz with the Phoenix Rescue Mission has been on the streets checking on the homeless in the intense heat.
Oh, it's brutal. Some people call it an oven, just with the concrete. The sun's, it's dangerous, and it's really brutal out here.
Temperatures will be well above 100 degrees every day for the next week in Death Valley, California. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
200 Marines deployed in downtown Los Angeles today to support National Guardsmen. Major General Scott Sherman in command.
They have standard crowd control gear, helmet, their face shield. That's for crowd control.
Heavy rain could fall tomorrow in the nation's capital during that planned military parade. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
6,600 soldiers, more than 24 tanks, dozens of armored fighting vehicles, and choppers.
This is a great opportunity to showcase our soldiers to the nation.
D.C. hasn't seen something like this since 1991, when the nation marked the end of the first Gulf War.
4 men have broken out of an immigration detention center in Newark, says CBS's Stacey Lynn.
According to a DHS spokesperson, additional law enforcement partners have been brought in to assist in finding the men who escaped.
DHS officials haven't said how the 4 managed to get out or when. Less than 2 hours before the close of trading, the Dow is down almost 1.5%. S&P 500 and NASDAQ also down sharply. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777 or biglou.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 21-year-old Hamden man has died after a motorcycle crash on Interstate 95 in Milford. Police say Jose Phoebus Rivera was riding on I-95 northbound just after 12 noon yesterday when he apparently failed to negotiate a curve of the exit 38 off-ramp. The motorcycle left the road and hit a metal post and sand barrels before coming to a rest down an embankment. Phoebus Rivera was pronounced dead at the scene. I-95 North was closed between exits 37 and 38 for hours after the crash, snarling traffic in the area throughout the afternoon. Hartford area Congressman John Larson is outraged over the rough treatment of California Senator Alex Padilla. He tried to ask a question at a news conference with U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem when he was aggressively pushed from the room by law enforcement and detained. The video of the arrest has been released, and Larson says the assault of Senator Padilla should alarm every American. He says the Trump administration is trying to intimidate opponents, but they will not stop standing up to his abuses of power. State and local police are working with protesters to get ready for this weekend's No Kings protests. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Ed McKeon from the protest group Indivisible about how organizers are making sure that Connecticut's rallies don't escalate to the level of those in Los Angeles.
We are working in cooperation with the city and the police department. They will have people here. They understand exactly what we want.
These are protests planned in over 30 cities across Connecticut this weekend, including in Stamford. Michelle Abt from Indivisible Stamford says that one of the protesters' primary fears is that the president is moving the country towards a dictatorship.
As the Trump administration continues to consolidate power in the executive branch and essentially undo the checks and balances of our democratic government, it's clear that he thinks he's a king and he's acting like a king, and Congress isn't checking him, so the people are going to have to.
The rally in Stamford will take place this Saturday at noon in front of the courthouse. And Spirit Airlines has launched new service between Bradley International Airport and Detroit Metro Airport. The inaugural flight left the Windsor Locks Airport yesterday morning for Michigan. Spirit has also announced that it will launch nonstop service between Bradley and Nashville International Airport in August. Spirit also has flights between Bradley and Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way. Parkway northbound, construction, exits 46 through 48. Southbound, you have it coming back to exit 46. Right lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, road work on the bridge between the West Rock Tunnel and Route 34. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 northbound, road work, exit 13. Going through exit 17, left lane is out. And Route 8 southbound, more road work, exit 24 through 21. And you've got bridge work on both directions going through Shelton. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet, no big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with low near 60. Cloudy with the showers tomorrow with a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So at one time or another, I think a lot of us were told by someone, maybe a parent, a significant other, a loved one, boyfriend, girlfriend, domestic partner, a coach, a teacher, in some way, shape, or form, many of us were told, hey, timing is everything, or timing is key in life. It's not necessarily what you do or how you do it or what you say and what you don't say, but everything has to do, or if not everything, a good deal of what you do or say has to do with timing, especially if you're going to say something that people may hear and you go, whoa, whoa. Now, saying something like that may be perfectly legitimate, and you may have a wonderful point to say it. But there are people, and I think we all learn at times in our lives, I know I have, where somebody comes up to you and says, well, you weren't wrong, but that was not the time to do it. Or, yeah, you knew you were right, we knew you were right, but you know what? Pump the brakes. You could have waited a little bit, just a bit. What's that other phrase? Discretion is the better part of valor. It doesn't necessarily mean you're wrong. It means that you could wait a little bit even though you have a right to talk. Now, what am I talking about? Well, like clockwork, our junior Democratic U.S. Senator Chris Murphy posts something on X today. This is his verified account. He posted this actually last night. at 10 o'clock. So right around the time, I guess, within a couple of hours, that Israel was attacking Iran. Now, you know Iran. They're a wonderful neighbor. I'm not talking about the Iranian people now. I'm not talking about the good multi-million population of Iran, a lot of whom want to be more westernized, that love the West, a lot of whom are not cheering for the destruction of Israel. They don't care, especially the younger Iranians. They just want to live a normal life where the mullahs aren't telling women that they have to hide their bodies, that they got to wear these burqas and these other rags or whatever it is to treat them like animals. No, I'm talking about the mullahs. I'm talking about the people who spread terror around the world. So Chris Murphy, now, you may agree with this, but I'm going to read you a statement from Chris Murphy here. And you tell me if he should have just waited. Not that he shouldn't say anything, but you know what I always say about jumping the gun, whether you're in politics, whether you're in the media, whether you're just Joe or Mary Blow at the bar, pontificating on something. Wait, there's nothing wrong with waiting. Unless, of course, you have a distorted image of the impact you'll have. Unless, of course, you fancy yourself being elected president in 2028. So now this is the statement put out on X by Chris Murphy, our junior U.S. Senate member, one of seven congressional members here, that represents a state that, despite being a blue state, did have probably a few 100,000 people that voted for Donald Trump, as did Kamala Harris. She won, though, and has a significant Jewish population in many areas in this state. So rather than wait maybe a day or two, because you do have a responsibility as a member of the U.S. Senate, I'm not saying you can't say it, but again, just to get in front of the news cycle, he says this. Now, you tell me two things we're going to talk about here. Number one, the material substance of his statement, which is an interesting statement. Or number two, should Chris Murphy have just, for the love of God, waited just a little bit? I know what you're saying. Well, if it's on his mind, I get it. I understand it. Or then again, and I say this about Republicans too and everybody else, can you keep your mouth shut just for a little bit until you find out more of the details and nothing is completely rudely conjecture here? So when we come back, I'll give you the couple of paragraphs here from Chris Murphy. I'll let you digest them. And you tell me whether or not, A, you agree with the substance of this. If you do or you don't, that's part of the question here on a Friday. And or B, should he just have waited? Or do Mr. Murphy's presidential aspirations prevent him from doing that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should a political of either party just, especially now with this conflict going on between Israel and Iran, is it a good time to just, I don't know, stuff a sock in it for a couple of days?
You love listening to Connecticut Talk every weekday on WICC. And now, there's even more local talk for you on weekends. Start your Saturdays with the Mike Cerulli Show, Fred Evert, and then bring your appetite for Plum Love Foods. There's more Connecticut Talk on Sunday from Bill Finch, The Rootin' Report, live with high school sports, and Sunday Gravy. It's live, it's local, and it's every weekend on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
If you are in the market for a new car, come see the best-selling Chevy Equinox at Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield. We welcome your Tesla trade-in, and whether you want gas or electric, we have you covered. Explore the possibilities with 4 models of this exceptional everyday driver rated an overall 5-star NHTSA safety rating. Choose the 4-cylinder turbo or up to 300 horsepower electric Equinox all-wheel drive. There's an Equinox for everyone at Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield or MaritimeChevy.com.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com. Your legacy, our commitment.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way. Parkway northbound, construction, exits 46 through 48 southbound. You have it coming back to exit 46. Right lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, road work on the bridge between the West Rock Tunnel and Route 34. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 northbound, road work, exit 13. Going through exit 17, left lane is out. And Route 8 southbound, more road work, exit 24 through 21. And you've got bridge work on both directions going through Shelton. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Seven top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet, no big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with the showers arriving after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow and a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He'll tell you what's really going on. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, so you'd like to think that our elected officials here from Connecticut, the 5 members of the House, 5 Democrats, and the 2 members of the Senate, Mr. Lieberman and Mr. Murphy, represent maybe the bulk of the thought here in Connecticut. I don't know, but this is... I want to read you this. Take me about a minute or so. This is Chris Murphy's statement here. He posted this on the X platform, and it is timestamped 10:07 last night. So you let me know, A, should he have waited? I think he could have waited a couple of days just to see what proceeds from this. But again, when you're running for president, or at least have dreams about it, I get it. You want to put that out there. But B, what about the material things he says here? Especially, and let me ask you if you feel some kinship toward Israel, or you're a Jewish voter in this state. Mr. Murphy says, quote, Israel's attack on Iran clearly intended to scuttle the Trump administration's negotiations with Iran, risks a regional war that will likely be catastrophic for America, and is further evidence of how little respect world powers, including our own allies, have for President Trump. He continues, quoting again, Iran would not be this close to possessing a nuclear weapon if Trump and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu had not forced America out of the nuclear agreement with Iran that had brought Europe, Russia, China together behind the U.S. to successfully contain Iran's nuclear ambitions. Again, another sentence here from Chris Murphy. This is a disaster of Trump and Netanyahu's own making, and how the region risks spiraling toward a new deadly conflict. Again, quoting Mr. Murphy, a war between Israel and Iran may be good for Netanyahu's domestic policies, but it will likely be disastrous for both the security of Israel, the U.S., and the rest of the region. Quoting again, as Secretary Rubio stated, the U.S. was not involved in today's strikes, and we have no obligation to follow Israel into a war we did not ask for and will make us less safe. Okay. What are your thoughts on that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. He says Israel's attack on Iran clearly intended to scuttle the Trump administration's negotiations with Iran, risks a regional war that will be likely catastrophic for America, and is further evidence of how little respect world powers, including our own allies, have for President Trump. So I guess I may ask there, and look, I would expect nothing more, nothing less from Chris Murphy. I get it. He has delusions of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I get it, and that's fine. But is it the time and the place for a member of Congress? And I would say this about a Republican too, and maybe you agree with this or not. But should members of Congress on either side of the aisle maybe put a sock in it for a couple of days? Does Chris Murphy really think the world needs to hear from him? And you know what makes me laugh? And I say this about isolationists on the Republican side, too. Nobody in the Congress of the United States of America, I don't care if you're a newbie in the House or you've been there forever like Mitch McConnell and the late Dianne Feinstein, whatever. There is no way, shape, or form. It is impossible for any man or woman who works or serves in the U.S. Congress, either the House or the Senate, to possibly understand how the Israeli people feel, or how Jerusalem feels, or how Tel Aviv feels, or how anybody in that area of Israel feels, knowing they have a geographical neighbor not too far away, many of whom who live there will its destruction. And frankly, I've been saying for years and years and years, and trust me, I'm no international expert, but you know what? I think I have a little common sense. Why would you trust Iran with anything? Honestly. Can you answer that for me? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I mean, he didn't say it in that statement, but oh my God, Trump and Netanyahu and Iran. Senator, with all due respect, sir, we're talking about Iran here. Not the Iranian people, not the Persian people with thousands of years of wonderful history and culture in that part of the world. We're talking about hard, right-wing, Muslim mullah crazies. All right? We're not talking about people that if you get to know, and I knew a gentleman who had family over there, and he used to tell me all the time, he was one of my sources years ago, he said the vast majority of young people in Iran want nothing to do with the craziness over there. But yet, it's like, oh no, you, and I'm not saying it's easy, but oh my God, no, you better not upset Iran. Why? You think Chris Murphy feels the same way? You think anybody living in Israel right now feels the same way that Chris Murphy does about this? Just on a cavalier basis, being able to fire out this statement he made. And again, he has the freedom to do it. I understand it. But can you sound any more out of touch? Well, those, we were trying, we were so close. How many years have we been saying we're so close to getting an agreement with Iran? The Iranian mullahs don't want a deal. Does anybody understand that? Hello? Why does a slob like me understand it? No, here's the thing. Even people like Chris Murphy understand it. They don't want to admit it. And maybe, I don't know, you hate to see this. Does it upset Chris Murphy and his ilk that Israel has the balls big enough to do what has to be done? I'm just wondering. Believe me, no international relation expert am I. I've got one coming on later on. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way. Parkway northbound, construction, exits 46 through 48. Southbound, you have it coming back to exit 46. Right lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, road work on the bridge between the West Rock Tunnel and Route 34. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 northbound, road work, exit 13. Going through exit 17, left lane is out. And Route 8 southbound, more road work, exit 24 through 21. And you've got bridge work on both directions going through Shelton. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet, no big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with low near 60. Cloudy with the showers tomorrow with a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Real Women Have Curves has the audience leaping to its feet. The Daily Beast calls it one of the best show-stopping numbers of the entire season. And now it's a 12-time award nominee, including Best Musical. The Washington Post says it's a laugh-out-loud musical comedy with a massive dose of heart. Get tickets at curvesbroadway.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's all to 321-321.
Man, I'm glad that guy's back in the gym looking and feeling better. Yeah. All right, news coming up, bottom of the hour, traffic and weather together. Bob leads us off today in Shelton. Hello, Bob. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for taking the call.
Yes, sir. What's up?
Well, I would like to just say that I'm not a Jewish person. I'm a Christian.
Okay.
And I just think what Israel has done is tremendous. That is the only thing that's going to save civilization. I don't believe that we should have a Democratic position or a Republican position. We should realize that we have to understand history.
Mm-hmm.
When Hitler wrote that book, he said in that book that he's going to eliminate all the Jews. You have to believe crazy people. When they said that Israel is a one-bomb nation, they meant it. Okay, and if you think they're going to stop at Israel and not put America next on the list, you're not understanding the threat. So I don't want to criticize Mr. Murphy. He's trying to run for president. He's trying to get his base, whatever he's trying to do. But as Americans, this is the greatest day we've had in a very long time. That's all I wanted to say.
And Bob, thank you. I thank you for the call. Please drive safely. What do you think of what Bob just said? Joe in Fairfield, you're first up after news right here on WICC.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report in Tehran.
Akbar.
Protesters are demanding retaliation for Israeli airstrikes that targeted the country's nuclear program and its scientists and senior military leaders. CBS's Natalie Brand at the White House says other countries are hoping this doesn't spread.
World leaders are calling for de-escalation, and the Trump administration stresses the U.S. was not part of the operation. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the top priority is protecting American forces in the region.
Oil prices have jumped to a 5-month high. CBS's Jason Brooks says there are concerns about ships getting through the strategic Strait of Hormuz.
An analyst with financial firm ING says a serious disruption in the strait would hike the price of oil to around $120 a barrel. Research firm T.S. Lombard, however, says that if the U.S. refrains from intervening, that will lessen the threat to oil supplies.
Iran's supreme leader now says Iranian armed forces will leave Israel helpless. CBS News special report. I'm Christopher.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Attorney Kent Mowini struck a deal with prosecutors today in the Jennifer Dulos murder case. He entered a guilty plea to a reduced charge of interfering with an officer this morning and was sentenced to time served. Mowini was the friend and lawyer of the late Fotis Dulos, who was accused of killing his estranged wife, Jennifer, before he committed suicide. His girlfriend, Michelle Triconis, who was also a friend of Mowini, was sentenced to 20 years in prison for helping Dulos kill and hide the body of Jennifer, which has never been found. A Connecticut state senator is safe but stuck in Iraq after Israel opened fire on nearby Iran. The South Windsor Democrat Saad Anwar says he and his wife have been in the country for several days learning about the people and their country. However, when they tried to heed an advisory urging U.S. citizens to leave, the airspace had already been shut down. In a social media update, Anwar said that they are safe but are looking forward to getting back home. Sikorsky Memorial Airport in Stratford is still owned by the city of Bridgeport. The city has been hoping to sell the airport for the past 4 years, but so far nothing has happened. Mayor Joe Ganem's administration is still hoping to sell the airport to the Connecticut Airport Authority, according to Daniel Roach, a Ganem aide. 4 years ago, the Ganem administration had been hoping to use $4 million from the sale of the airport to balance the 2022-2023 budget. Mayor Ganem also included $3 million in his budget presentation to the city council this year as well, but still no sale. The city had been negotiating a deal with the CAA in 2023 for them to purchase the airport for $10 million, but that deal fell through. The CAA believes Sikorsky has a lot of potential to make upgrades and return to regular passenger service, but CAA Executive Director Michael Shea said his agency does not have a funding source to move ahead with an acquisition. A decision was made yesterday at a meeting of the Connecticut Site Council to not install new monopoles along the northbound side of Metro North. The installation of these monopoles would have impacted areas of Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong said that both UI and the Site Council have acted without the necessary amount of transparency and availability for public feedback through the process.
Never had a public hearing about evaluation of moving from the south side to the north side. It did not notify the impacted neighbors and businesses that would be affected. So that was one of the big reasons that led the court to remand the decision to review it.
UI will now have to make a new proposal for a future monopole installation. A surveillance video has been released showing the arrest of a woman in front of her 2 children by ICE agents in New Haven. Nancy Martinez and her children had just entered her car in the Hill neighborhood on Monday when 3 unmarked vehicles blocked them in. Martinez was then taken from the vehicle and handcuffed, and a family member came outside to help the children. New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker says the arrest was appalling and inhumane. The Fairfield Police Department announced this morning that 3 of the individuals that took part in a street takeover at the Stop and Shop parking lot last month have been arrested.
All 3 of those vehicles have been located, seized, and are currently held in our impound lot as evidence. Just as important, the individuals responsible for those reckless actions have also been arrested.
The incident involved over 75 vehicles, with the drivers and spectators of the illegal event likely coordinating through social media. Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber praised the work of local officers in prioritizing public safety while also apprehending the suspects.
Our officers showed great mental toughness and maturity. Their meticulous training allowed them to, in the midst of a tense situation, think clearly and make the appropriate risk-benefit assessments.
And tomorrow is the 21st annual Connecticut Open House Day. Museums, cultural attractions, restaurants, and other locations around the state are offering deals and discounts today to recognize the event. Governor Ned Lamont is also holding an open house at the governor's residence in Hartford. A complete list of the over 200 locations participating in the event can be found on the Connecticut Office of Tourism website. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way. Parkway northbound, construction, exits 46 through 48 southbound. You have it coming back to exit 46. Right lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, road work on the bridge between the West Rock Tunnel and Route 34. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 northbound, road work, exit 13 going through exit 17. Left lane is out. And Route 8 southbound, more road work, exit 24 through 21. And you've got bridge work on both directions going through Shelton. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet, no big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with the showers arriving after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow and a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So here's my simple question. In times of war, in times of armed conflict across the world, should our elected leaders, I'm not saying they shouldn't say what they want to, but should there be a time of just saying, hey, maybe I should wait a bit? Apparently not Chris Murphy. And look, I'm not besmirching him, his right to say stuff, but man, he couldn't wait to get on social media and fire up that White House campaign, could he? I'm seeing a timestamp here, Chris Murphy's verified post here on X. Timestamp 10:07 p.m. last night. Israel's attack on Iran, by the way, and this is me talking, not Senator Murphy. Yeah, everybody feels so bad about Iran because, there's the government, not the Iranian people, not the Persian people, but the people that rule them. They're such nice people. The men and the women, the women, the Iranian rulers, they have a problem with that. Does Chris Murphy ever say anything about how Iran treats women and how the Muslim leaders treat any women over there? That little burqa thing, where if a woman doesn't wear it right, she gets beaten to death, like happened a couple of years back. I forgot the name of that poor woman. But my God, those prescient, clear-thinking men in Iran's government. Hey, she doesn't have her burqa on. Let's get her beaten to death. You don't believe me? Look it up. Odd how many members of Congress didn't say anything about that now, did they? No, we don't want to upset the people that care. No. God, we don't want to do that now, do we? Instead, we say stuff like this. Israel's attack on Iran clearly intended to scuttle the Trump administration's negotiations with Iran, long dependent clause there, Senator. risks a regional war that will likely be catastrophic for America. And now here it is. Here comes the clown show, and is further evidence of how little respect world powers, including our own allies, have for President Trump. Yes, so the problem here, Senator, is not Iran. Is not the dirtbags that run Iran and the dirtbags in the Revolutionary Guard. No, it's always Trump. Now, listen, he can believe that. I get it. I understand it. It's part of his shtick. Everybody has a routine. It's why Tom Jones, still at 80-something years old, his encores, it's not unusual. We get it. We understand it. Didn't think I'd mention Chris Murphy and Tom Jones in the same thought, did you? But my God, can you wait a little bit? Now, to his credit, I don't think Mr. Blumenthal has said anything yet. But, man, he couldn't wait, man. It was like a dog that hasn't eaten in 3 days. Here comes the Alpo. Now, am I wrong? Are you home now sitting there saying, just shut up, you're an idiot? All right, you can tell me that. Lord knows many people have. One of my dearest friends in radio, who used to be my boss at one time, used to say to me early on in our career together, sit down, shut up, this is not a discussion. But we're great friends now. That's for another time. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So Chris Murphy hammering Netanyahu, hammering the Trump White House, hammering this, hammering that. Oh, there could be a world war in the region. Really, Senator? Like nobody's been saying that for the past 20 freaking years. Thanks, Dick Tracy. I never knew that. Let me get my secret decoder ring on. Good God Almighty. Iran is what Iran is. It's not the people there. It is the people that rule those people that keep them under an iron fist. By the way, thank you. And Lisa Wexler sent me a wonderful story the other day. Not wonderful in the nature of the story, but again, a wonderful illustration of how we should have nothing to do with Iran's leadership. Now the mullahs in Iran are criticizing, you ready for this? If you own a dog and walk your dog, that is unholy. Come on. Can anything get those people out of the Stone Age? It is mind-numbing that we've let Iran go on over and over and over for decades. Ask anybody who understands world tensions. All the terrorism in the world is linked back in some way, shape, or form on the flowchart to Iran. How many times over the years have we been saying, well, listen, you got to do that, this, and that about your nuclear program, but yet, at least Mr. Murphy can't wait 2 days to see if, how things are going there militarily. And, of course, it's Trump derangement syndrome.
Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is your go-to family dentist. They offer comprehensive care with general dentists and an oral surgeon. Conveniently located at 91 East Avenue, they're affiliated with the Columbia Implant Center in Manchester, operating 7 days a week, including holidays, to manage any dental emergency. With their in-house digital dental lab, they provide top-tier dental services, including prosthetics, ensuring all your needs are met. For more information, visit columbiadental.com and experience unparalleled dental care.
Town Fair Tire, the area's largest independent name brand tire dealer, sells any Continental tire you choose at the guaranteed lowest price. And Town Fair gives you the most free services for life on your Continental tires. So if you're searching for the best price and the most free services for life on Continental tires, get a Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy Buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-471-9773. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-471-9773. That's 800-471-9773.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way. Parkway northbound, construction, exits 46 through 48 southbound. You have it coming back to exit 46. Right lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, road work on the bridge between the West Rock Tunnel and Route 34. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 northbound, road work, exit 13 going through exit 17. Left lane is out. And Route 8 southbound, more road work, exit 24 through 21. And you've got bridge work on both directions going through Shelton. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with low near 60. Cloudy with the showers tomorrow with a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Our phone lines are always open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
What's wrong with waiting just a little bit, maybe a day or two, to see the back and forth between what's going on right now between Iran and Israel? Oh, Chris Murphy couldn't wait. And listen, I really don't. I know what you're going to say. Oh, you're a phony. No, I'm not. He can say whatever he wants. I'm just wondering, though, when people do this on the Democratic side or the Republican side, sometimes it's so tone deaf. That's the worst thing you can be in politics, is tone deaf. Not being on the right or on the left. Listen, there are honest policy discussions and policy differences, but when you're tone deaf and you're putting out this statement at 7 after 10 o'clock last night, that oddly enough, gee, what a shock, I'm seeing Chris Murphy's statement getting picked up by several Middle Eastern news sources. Geez, I wonder why. Oh, my God. Chris, you're 51 years old. You're not 71. You'll make your White House run. You will. You will. So could we stop acting like, Israel was negotiating with Sweden or the Netherlands or Austria or Australia or New Zealand? They've been threatening this for years and years and years. And maybe those October 7th attacks by Hamas, which Hamas is an extension of Iran, in case you didn't know, where do they get their funding from? Maybe, thankfully, Israel finally said, F this, enough. FAFO, if you know what that acronym means. And look, Chris Murphy and every Democrat and every Republican can criticize Trump and criticize Israel. You got to do it last night at the outset of this? Really? You couldn't wait. You just couldn't wait, could you? That is how overtly craven your desire is to be in the spotlight. You're hooked on it. The elixir of being on the Sunday shows and having links to whatever Chris Murphy said, and maybe Cavones like me reading about it on my show. Maybe that's what's going on here. Let's go to a voice of reason, Andy in Derby. Andy, good afternoon, sir. How are you on this fabulous Friday?
Hey, bud. I'm calling to give Chris Murphy credit for being a far bigger jerk than I ever dreamed he could be. Anyways, I got a quick story for you. I promise I'll go quick.
Okay.
I was having lunch today with my buddy Lou.
Hi, Lou.
And a gentleman next to us is staring at me. I said, I hope I don't owe this guy money, and I hope he's not from the FBI. He says, I got to ask you, you the guy that calls in to Paul Pizzelli?
Come on. Are you really?
Yeah, that's me. I got one of those voices.
You do?
Paul. I mean,
You do. Now,
I got one of those voices. Anyway, his name was Vinny.
Hold on.
And I told him, Vinny, I'm going to call Paul. I'm going to tell him the story, and you got to call in. He was a great guy. He's probably around my age.
All right.
but he's got all his hair. Good-looking guy. He was there with his buddy.
Yeah.
And yep, that was me. And we
That's
both love
great.
you. We both have a man
Thank you.
crush on you.
Now, Andy, where you want to give this little establishment a shout out? We can do that. Where was it?
Yeah. Emma's Pavilion over in Ansonia. It's Ansonia's best kept secret.
Excellent.
They ran the Italian Pavilion for a long, long time. And then they moved out on their own at Emma's Pavilion. The only knock on the place is there's not enough parking. It's always busy.
So if I
Great
mention your
friendly
name,
people. It's a little Italian place. We had chicken parm.
Nice. If I mention your name, what's going to happen?
They might charge you twice, but they're good people.
Yeah,
They
excellent.
don't know who I am. They'll
All
say,
right.
yeah, just tell them Big Andy.
All right.
But it's a great place. But Murphy's got to stop, Paul. I mean,
Or at least, Andy, wait a few days. What do you got to do that right when the shooting begins? I don't understand.
He needs a visit from either Secret Service, FBI, or both. And say, okay, Chris, you're going too far with this. You're getting to be a national security liability now.
Andy,
So somebody needs to sober this guy up.
Andy, I do have to run. Thank you, sir. And Andy, thank you. And when you mention the Emma's there in Derby, say hi to everybody. Our esteemed board operator, engineer, news guy, call screener, Chris Williams' eyes lit up. He got cartoon eyes there, and he gave a big thumbs up to the establishment. So, Chris, you've sampled the cuisine there, and he had a big nod. Yes, okay. Now, chicken parm or veal parm, that might do me good, so I'll have to go out there. All right. Our friends in the at Emma's. There you go. Oh, here's a guy. This guy here is president of the Chris Murphy fan club of Meriden. It's Dave. Dave, how are you?
Good, Paul. Hey, Chris Murphy, our buddy there, he's been taking lessons from Dick Blumenthal, and the most dangerous place to be is between those two and the camera.
Yeah, but you know what, Dave? At least I haven't seen anything from Mr. Blumenthal yet. Now, maybe he's out. Dave, here's my point. You can say whatever you want. Can you wait a couple of days? Would it have killed him to do that?
I know, timing is everything, but these guys, they have to jump on because they want to be on every Sunday morning show locally, nationally.
Yeah.
They just thrive for this fame and glory.
Yeah.
That helps us when he runs for president.
Oh, I did. Hey, listen. Hey, Dave, thank you for the call. If he runs, I'm loving it. Are you kidding? Senator Murphy, if you're listening, if your people are listening, please, I'm begging you, run. Run like Forrest Gump, Senator. Run, Forrest, run. Box of chocolates and all that. I'm begging you, run in 2028. Dear God, will I have material. It'll be freaking great. But the issue at hand here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should people like Chris Murphy on both sides of the aisle, Democrat and Republicans? Because let me tell you something. If Marjorie Taylor Greene would have let loose with her usual idiocy, I would have been on her back as well. Some of these people in the House and Senate on both sides, shut up. Shut the blank up, please. And again, that's, right, haven't all of us at one time in our lives, right, out of love of family or in the workplace, somebody seeing how good we are. But seriously, think back. I don't think you've had I don't want to say a proper life, but I think everybody at one time or another has had somebody, either in the workplace or either in their personal lives, because they like somebody, they see how much good they do, will tell them, hey, will you just shut up for a little bit? Wait, take a breath, step back, take off the blinders, take a look around you. And again, I'm not saying Senator Murphy or anybody else in Congress can't say if they think this is a huge international blunder. And now, by the way, we're finding out that the White House did know what was going to happen. President Trump came down last night and said, well, we didn't participate in it. And I'm reading his comments saying, well, of course you knew. And, when the Trump people say there was, there are no U.S. forces or whatever, okay, I get that. You're not going to make me believe that there wasn't signal intelligence or American satellite data used. Come on. Of course there was. I have no problem with that. But, boy, I got to... I'm apparently not there. You know, sometimes when I do these shows, I say, geez, it's just me. Is it just me? Am I overreacting here? Am I being my usual jerkish self? So then I go to Chris Murphy's, X account here, and I'm scrolling down at some of the responses here to his screed against Trump and against Netanyahu and everybody. And I guess I'm not the only one telling him to put a sock in it. And here's the thing. And let me repeat over and over again. He can have whatever opinion he wants. But here's what happens, whether it's Democrats in a state like Connecticut or Republicans in a state like Florida or like Texas, sometimes I think if you put a statement out there, put something out there that both parties can agree with. And you can do that. You can craft a statement. For example, Chris Murphy could have said, I'm watching, as are all the other hundreds of members of Congress, the hostilities that sadly seem to be increasing between Israel and Iran. Sadly, this has been years in the making, but we'll watch and see what happens in the immediate and near future. Whatever. All right? So you can get your name in the cycle. You can, your algorithm, when it sees your name, it'll push it up there. That's how it works. But you can do that with a modicum of saying, hey, I may have some people in the state that I purport to represent that may not agree with me in principle or in abstract. So I'm going to kind of pump the brakes on this. Let them know I'm out there. Let them know I'm getting briefings on this. But again, man, if you're going to go on Trash Patrol, trashing everybody, can you wait a couple of days? Really? Of course, and again, when you're running for president, maybe not. Traffic and weather together right here on a Friday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way. Parkway northbound, construction, exits 46 through 48. Southbound, you have it coming back to exit 46. Right lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, road work on the bridge between the West Rock Tunnel and Route 34. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 northbound, road work, exit 13. Going through exit 17, left lane is out. And Route 8 southbound, more road work, exit 24 through 21. And you've got bridge work on both directions going through Shelton. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with the showers arriving after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow and a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should Connecticut Democratic U.S. Senator Chris Murphy, who won a resounding victory here in the state last time he was running and elected, and is rumored to be on a, I don't want to say short list, but medium list for White House Democratic candidates in 2028. Should he have already come out with an ex-statement or a statement pretty much throwing the White House under the bus, President Trump under the bus, Bibi Netanyahu under the bus? And I'm not saying he should not have made the statement, but should he have done that so quickly? He did that just as the hostilities were beginning last night.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Throughout Israel at this hour, air raid sirens are sounding, and the Army has ordered everyone in the country into shelters as Iran launches waves of ballistic missiles in retaliation for Israel's airstrikes on its nuclear sites. CBS's Margaret Brennan.
The man who leads the Iranian regime vowed retaliation, and it appears that's part of what we're seeing, those plumes of smoke you're seeing over the city of Tel Aviv right now. It's not clear how many of the incoming projectiles, the missiles, may have been intercepted by that U.S.-provided Iron Dome system, or how many may have made impact.
CBS's Natalie Brand says Israelis have been preparing for the attack.
People in Israel are bracing for retaliation by Iran, stocking up on food and essentials.
I hope everything will be quiet. We want peace.
Israeli hospitals also prepared underground facilities after the country launched a wave of strikes.
I'm Linda Kenyon at the White House. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff has been scheduled to continue talks in Amman, Jordan this weekend to discuss Iran's nuclear program. Prior to Israel's attack, President Trump repeatedly urged Iran to continue what could be the sixth round of nuclear talks. Conflicting reports indicate Witkoff will still be in the region for negotiations.
Marines have arrived to support National Guardsmen, says CBS's Nydia Cavazos.
200 Marines are moving into Los Angeles to protect federal property and personnel, joining National Guard troops there. But the head of the military operation emphasized they will not participate in law enforcement activities.
At least 4 detainees who escaped from an ICE detention center in Newark, New Jersey last night are still on the loose. The escape happened during unrest over the late distribution of meals. New Jersey Democratic Senator Andy Kim spoke after he toured the facility.
This is on top of existing problems that we've already been hearing that they did confirm in there to us about problems when it comes to the portions of food that the detainees are getting.
Forget business class, passengers are clamoring for one particular seat in economy on their next flight.
Good luck booking seat 11A on your next flight. It's suddenly become the most requested seat for passengers. Why? It's where the lone survivor of the Air India crash was seated, and now superstitious flyers want the lucky seat. It even has a name. They're calling it the miracle in seat 11A. Ironically, an airline study last year ranked 11A as the worst seat on Boeing planes, mostly because it's not next to a normal window and it's too close to the bathroom. Cooper Lawrence, CBS News.
Less than an hour before the close of trading, the Dow is down almost 2%. S&P 500 and NASDAQ both down. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business with Progressive and get 24/7 coverage. See if you can save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Sikorsky Memorial Airport in Stratford is still owned by the city of Bridgeport. The city has been hoping to sell the airport for the past 4 years, but so far nothing has happened. The Ganem administration is still hoping to sell the airport to the Connecticut Airport Authority, according to Daniel Roach, an aide for Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganem. 4 years ago, the Ganem administration had been hoping to use $4 million from the sale of the airport to balance the 2022-2023 budget. Mayor Ganem also included $3 million in his budget presentation to the city council this year as well, but still no sale. The city had been negotiating a deal with the CAA in 2023 for them to purchase the airport for $10 million, but that deal fell through. The CAA believes Sikorsky has a lot of potential to make upgrades and return to regular passenger service, but CAA Executive Director Michael Shea said his agency does not have a funding source to move ahead with an acquisition. Attorney Kent Mowini struck a deal with prosecutors today in the Jennifer Dulos murder case. He entered a guilty plea to a reduced charge of interfering with an officer this morning and was sentenced to time served. Mowini was the friend and lawyer of the late Fotis Dulos, who was accused of killing his estranged wife, Jennifer, before he committed suicide. His girlfriend, Michelle Triconis, who was also a friend of Mowini, was sentenced to 20 years in prison for helping Dulos kill and hide the body of Jennifer, which has never been found. A surveillance video has been released showing the arrest of a woman in front of her 2 children by ICE agents in New Haven. Nancy Martinez and her children had just entered her car in the Hill neighborhood on Monday when 3 unmarked vehicles blocked them in. Martinez was then taken from the vehicle and handcuffed, and a family member came outside to help the children. New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker says the arrest was appalling and inhumane. Many Connecticut shoreline beaches remain closed today. Swimming was banned at multiple beaches yesterday because of elevated levels of bacteria in the water. Beaches impacted by the bacteria issue included Sherwood Island and Campo beaches in Westport and Calf Pasture Beach in Norwalk. All beaches in West Haven are also closed until further notice. Runoff from recent heavy rains is the suspected cause. The beaches will be able to reopen for swimming when testing shows that bacteria has dropped below acceptable levels. Tomorrow is the 21st annual Connecticut Open House Day. Museums, cultural attractions, restaurants, and other locations around the state are offering deals and discounts today to recognize the event. Governor Ned Lamont is also holding an open house at the governor's residence in Hartford. A complete list of the over 200 locations participating in the event can be found on the Connecticut Office of Tourism website. And the band Yes is planning a tour and will be kicking things off here in Connecticut. The Fragile Tour 2025 gets underway this fall, and the band will play their 1971 album Fragile in its entirety. The 30-show tour begins October 1st at the Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford. Tickets are available through pre-sale at Ticketmaster. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
From Merritt southbound, accident reported approaching exit 52 has things backed up over the Sikorsky Bridge, and northbound you do have unlooking delays as well. 95 northbound, plan on up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is not going to help you that much. Out of New Haven, 91 south, jamming exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf, other side of the bridge. Plenty of company through Brentford and Guilford, and 84 eastbound. You're on the brakes through Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford. For expert service and great deals, their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow with a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So what is the responsibility, the common sense approach? What should that be from our elected officials, from people that you and I maybe vote for or don't vote for? what should that approach be when there are serious issues going on locally, statewide, nationally, and around the world? And the reason I ask that is, and I want to talk about this for another few minutes here before we shift gears, Connecticut U.S. Senator Chris Murphy, again, duly elected by the people of Connecticut. I get it. I understand that. It's not what I'm talking about here in principle. What I am talking about is I am constantly, well, that's the problem. Maybe that's it. Maybe I shouldn't be constantly amazed. You know, the old McCartney song, Maybe I'm Amazed. No, Sir Paul, maybe I'm not amazed at the way you love me all the time. No, seriously. Chris Murphy's statement, and if you're just joining us, good to have you with us on a Friday right here. This may interest you. Of course, we're giving you updates every 30 minutes, top and bottom of the hour, through our good friends at CBS News regarding the now accelerating hostilities between Iran and Israel, something people knew was going to happen pretty much over the last few years. And Chris Murphy says this. Now, I'm going to read this to you. It'll take about a minute or so. It's not very long. But this is a man who purports to represent everyone in Connecticut, along with Mr. Blumenthal in the Senate and in the House, John Larson, Rosa DeLauro, Joe Courtney, Jim Himes, and Johanna Hayes. Now, I don't know what our other congressional representatives have said. This is what Mr. Murphy has said here. And here's the quote. Now, again, I'm not belittling his ability to say this or to want to say this. That's not the issue, at least as I see it. But you know what, Senator? With all due respect, time and a place. Time and a place. Well, Paul, it's not like there are American troops involved here. Well, maybe not. You don't think, though, we're going to see blowback from this in the continental U.S.? You don't think? Come on. Stop. You can't be that naive. And it's on that region, that issue, that I say, hey, Senator, pump the brakes just a little bit. Wait a few days. Get yourself on one of the Sunday shows again on Sunday and do it there. So you listen to this and you tell me, hey, I'm really on board with what Chris Murphy said, or he could have been a little more gentle there, or what in the hell is he thinking? Seriously, here's what he said, quote, Israel's attack on Iran, clearly intended to scuttle the Trump White House negotiations with Iran, risks a regional war that will likely be catastrophic for America and is further evidence of how little respect world powers, including our own allies, have for President Trump. Iran would not be this close to possessing a nuclear weapon if Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had not forced America out of the nuclear agreement with Iran that had brought Europe, Russia, and China together behind the U.S. to successfully contain Iran's nuclear ambitions. He continues, quote, from Mr. Murphy, this is a disaster of Trump and Netanyahu's own making. And now the region risks spiraling toward a new deadly conflict. And before I pick up with his rest of his statement, did you hear this? This is a disaster of Trump and Netanyahu's own making. So, Senator, Iran has nothing to do with this? Those Boy Scouts? The Iranian Revolutionary Guard? They had nothing to do with this? The mullahs had nothing to do with this? The regime that has killed a woman because she wasn't wearing her burqa properly? Blaspheming Allah there, they claimed? Really? Okay. He continues, quote, a war between Israel and Iran may be good for Netanyahu's domestic politics, but it will likely be disastrous for both the security of Israel, the U.S., and the rest of the region. Okay. As Secretary Rubio, all of a sudden he likes Marco Rubio. All of a sudden there's a bromance there. As Secretary Rubio stated, the U.S. was not involved in today's strikes, and we have no obligation to follow Israel into a war that we did not ask for and make us less safe. Okay, that's fine. Did you have to do that last night? How much of America was hanging on? Oh, my God. People in Nebraska wondering, hey, what's that old Chris Murphy there in Connecticut think? Oh, wait a minute. Am I being the jerk here? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And look, I understand he was elected. I get it. But that doesn't mean I can't sit here and call it as I see it. When you say a pronouncement from Mr. Murphy or Mr. Blumenthal, does it indicate how bad it is when people look at your name and say, oh, no, again, please? So, again, was he too quick here? I don't besmirch his ability to say this. But when you look at that statement, and he blames Senator going to Iran here, because, by the way, you know how Hamas exists. It's a tool of Iran. So keep in mind here, you've got Chris Murphy here really not putting, at least in this statement, any of the blame on Iran. And yes, Iran sends tens and hundreds of millions of dollars a year to Hamas. What you tell me, what exactly am I missing here?
Your schedule may change in the summer, but WICC still has all the latest local news and our full lineup of talk you need every day. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, The Download, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Plus live local news updates at the top and bottom of the hour, along with traffic and weather. We're live and local and here for you every day on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
A.G. Williams Painting, A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
Imagine your house perfectly painted. Fresh colors, clean lines, looking better than ever. And now imagine a painting experience that's just as good. We're talking friendly painters, easy communication, and never feeling in the dark. With A.G. Williams Painting, you don't have to imagine it.
A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
A.G. Williams Painting has been painting in your neighborhood since 1906, and they know how to do it right. You'll love their team, too. A.G. Williams Painting has career craftspeople who are totally dedicated to their work and invested in your project. That means peace of mind and a paint job you can be proud of.
A.G. Williams Painting, A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Here at Stamford Health, expert care begins with a conversation, where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stamford Health. Care. It's different here.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound accident reported approaching exit 52 has things backed up over the Sikorsky Bridge, and northbound you do have unlooking delays as well. 95 northbound, plan on up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is not going to help you that much. Out of New Haven, 91 south jamming exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf, other side of the bridge. Plenty of company through Brentford and Guilford, and 84 eastbound. You're on the brakes through Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford. For expert service and great deals, their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with the showers arriving after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow and a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying everything that's on his mind. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Greg in Oxford. Greg, we're going to get to you right away. Hang on. But I got to tell you, at least I'm not alone in my feeling here with Mr. Murphy. You go to his page on X, and I know it's not scientific, but some of these are funny. And you think my response is a little over the top. Some guy writes in, "Hey, Chris, Iran is super grateful for your support." Another one says, "Hey, look, another anti-Semite speaking up." Another person said, "Or Chris, Iran could have just sat down and honestly negotiated." And that's a great point. How many years have we been doing these negotiations with Iran? Either you know what or get off the pot. Well, you know, the uranium enrichment about... No, either you want a nuclear bomb or you don't. We're not that stupid. The International Atomic Energy Agency is not that dumb. Well, you know, Iran became more belligerent when Trump pulled out of the treaty. Well, what does that tell you? Hello, Einstein. What does that tell you? This guy writes, "Is this politics or does Murphy really believe his nonsense?" This person saying, "Resign, your post is disgraceful. Surely you don't believe this." And again, somebody reposted a story. It looks like it's either Politico or the Huffington Post, February 18th, 2020, early in the fourth year of Trump's term. Remember this: Chris Murphy met with Iranian official to rebuff Trump policy. Remember that? Remember that? Murphy went around the end around from the State Department, sat down with Iranian officials and said, "Hey, geez, Chris, did you have to wear a burqa there?" I'm just asking. Greg in Oxford is here at 322. Hey, Greg, how are you, sir?
Good. How you doing, Paul?
Hey, what's going on?
I agree with you 100%. A couple of things. First of all, you can bet your biggest amount that Murphy will not be our senator anymore after knocking this thing here. The Jewish bloc of voters will not support him. He'll be out. The other thing is, what is Blumenthal saying about all of this? And the last thing is, do you remember it was President Biden who released all of that money that we were holding against Iran? And in the beginning of his term, very, very early in his term, he released billions of dollars to Iran. So, again, we can blame President Biden on this whole thing.
That wasn't Greg. Thank you. Yeah. Now, the argument that and Greg, I do remember that. I should have mentioned that. There are people and it was true, that those were Iranian assets that were frozen. People say, well, it was Iran's money. And you say, well, and not you, Greg, but people have said, well, yeah, but this is, there's a reason we're doing this. As to your assertion, Greg, about Jewish voters, I disagree with that. Basically, the Orthodox Jews are the voting bloc among Jewish voters that pretty consistently vote center-right or right-leaning. Most Reform and conservative Jewish voters don't, and I've interviewed a couple of Jewish political scientists over the years on this, and simply because Orthodox voters feel the closest connection to Israel. But going back to the early days of the national civil rights movement in the U.S., that really sowed the seeds of about 60 to 70% of Jewish voters even up until today, now it might have fractured a little bit in the Trump run because of what was happening at Harvard and at Columbia, but going back to the horrible beating and killing death, I think by the KKK, of a couple of Jewish workers that went down to help with the civil rights movement. You know the story I'm probably talking about. That really was as was explained to me, still with reverberations today, was a watershed mark in setting the political preferences of the Jewish vote here in this country. Now, will that ever shift? I don't know. But it's and you can look it up. It's a fascinating parallel here. The more aligned as a Jewish voter you are or are not, the more you're likely to, or the less you're likely to vote considering the interests of Israel. Nothing wrong with that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Boy, some of these responses, and I get it, responses on social media are not, are anything but scientific, but they are fun. Let's just say that. Now, what is he honest about this? Does he really believe this? Yeah, I think he does. I take everybody at their word as to what they put down on social media. I don't think a guy of his stature. Remember, Chris Murphy is in the most exclusive club on the planet, the 100 men and women who make up the U.S. Senate. Oh, there is no more exclusive debating club on the planet than that. So I think to a point, he really believes this stuff to a point. Now, if he has aspirations about, in fact, 2028, is this a little over the top? Maybe. But again, as I say, he has the right to do that. No way am I telling Chris Murphy to never say anything about this. But boy, you can. Maybe he had this as a draft. Oh, there it is. First missile, hit send. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound accident reported approaching exit 52 has things backed up over the Sikorsky Bridge, and northbound you do have unlooking delays as well. 95 northbound, plan on up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is not going to help you that much. Out of New Haven, 91 south jamming, exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf, other side of the bridge. Plenty of company through Brentford and Guilford, and 84 eastbound. You're on the brakes through Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic reports powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with low near 60. Cloudy with the showers tomorrow with a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut paid leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
To welcome home an active duty service member.
To help a loved one get better.
To get help for your mental health.
To welcome a new addition to your family.
To leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut paid leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org.
St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue in Bridgeport is the place to be this weekend, especially if you love great food and family fun. Friday, June 13th through Sunday, June 15th is the St. Anthony Italian Festival. This festival is legendary for its beautiful location, delicious Italian food, pastries, live music, carnival rides, and family fun. Attend Bridgeport's original Italian festival, the Feast of St. Anthony, Friday, June 13th through Sunday, June 15th. 2325 Park Ave, Bridgeport. And free parking.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult 19 to 49 with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protect yourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Air raid sirens are sounding across Israel as missiles are fired by Iran. Plumes of smoke are visible in Tel Aviv. This is what it sounds like in the city. CBS's Olivia Gazis on whether the strikes have eliminated Iran's nuclear capability.
We don't know whether Israeli actions are successful in eliminating Iran's capabilities to create a nuclear bomb or accelerate them, whether they are a death blow to the existing regime or whether they invigorate it.
And from the White House, CBS's Weijia Zhang reports on the effects of the attacks on Iran nuclear talks.
Question is whether Tehran is going to come to the table given these developments, and whether it believes that the U.S. was in fact not involved and did not help coordinate this massive effort on the part of Israel.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel told the U.S. about its plans.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Connecticut state senator is safe but stuck in Iraq after Israel opened fire on nearby Iran. The South Windsor Democrat Saud Anwar says he and his wife have been in the country for several days learning about the people and their country. However, when they tried to heed an advisory urging U.S. citizens to leave, the airspace had already been shut down. In a social media update, Anwar said that they are safe but are looking forward to getting back home. A 21-year-old Hamden man has died after a motorcycle crash on Interstate 95 in Milford. Police say Jose Phoebus Rivera was riding on I-95 northbound just after 12 noon yesterday when he apparently failed to negotiate a curve of the exit 38 off-ramp. The motorcycle left the road and hit a metal post and sand barrels before coming to rest down an embankment. Phoebus Rivera was pronounced dead at the scene. I-95 North was closed between exits 37 and 38 for hours after the crash, snarling traffic in the area throughout the afternoon. Hartford area Congressman John Larson is outraged over the rough treatment of California Senator Alex Padilla. He tried to ask a question at a news conference with U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem when he was aggressively pushed from the room by law enforcement and detained. The video of the arrest has been released, and Larson says the assault of Senator Padilla should alarm every American. He says the Trump administration is trying to intimidate opponents, but they will not stop standing up to his abuses of power. State and local police are working with protesters to get ready for this weekend's No Kings protests. WTNH TV News 8 spoke with Ed McCown from the protest group Indivisible about how organizers are making sure that Connecticut's rallies don't escalate to the level of those in Los Angeles.
We are working in cooperation with the city and the police department. They will have people here. They understand exactly what we want.
There are protests planned in over 30 cities across Connecticut this weekend, including in Stamford. Michelle Abt from Indivisible Stamford says that one of the protesters' primary fears is that the president is moving the country towards a dictatorship.
As the Trump administration continues to consolidate power in the executive branch and essentially undo the checks and balances of our democratic government, it's clear that he thinks he's a king and he's acting like a king, and Congress isn't checking him, so the people are going to have to.
The rally in Stamford will take place this Saturday at noon in front of the courthouse. A Bridgeport man is accused of smoking marijuana while he was driving a car with a gun inside the vehicle in Norwalk. Police pulled over a Tesla driven by 29-year-old Kirk Thomas on Hendricks Avenue yesterday morning. Officers say they quickly determined that Thomas was smoking marijuana as he drove. A pistol was then located in the car. Thomas is charged with DUI, carrying a firearm while under the influence, and traffic offenses. The Fairfield Police Department announced this morning that 3 of the individuals that took part in a street takeover at the Stop and Shop parking lot last month have been arrested.
All 3 of those vehicles have been located, seized, and are currently held in our impound lot as evidence. Just as important, the individuals responsible for those reckless actions have also been arrested.
The incident involved over 75 vehicles, with the drivers and spectators of the illegal event likely coordinating through social media. Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber praised the work of local officers in prioritizing public safety while also apprehending the suspects.
Our officers showed great mental toughness and maturity. Their meticulous training allowed them to, in the midst of a tense situation, think clearly and make the appropriate risk-benefit assessments.
A decision was made yesterday at a meeting of the Connecticut Site Council to not install new monopoles along the northbound side of Metro North. The installation of these monopoles would have impacted areas of Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong said that both UI and the Site Council have acted without the necessary amount of transparency and availability for public feedback through the process.
Never had a public hearing about evaluation of moving from the south side to the north side. It did not notify the impacted neighbors and businesses that would be affected. So that was one of the big reasons that led the court to remand the decision to review it.
UI will now have to make a new proposal for a future monopole installation. And Spirit Airlines has launched new service between Bradley International Airport and Detroit Metro Airport. The inaugural flight left the Windsor Locks Airport yesterday morning for Michigan. Spirit has also announced that it will launch nonstop service between Bradley and Nashville International Airport in August. Spirit also has flights between Bradley and Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, hour and a half from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Merritt Parkway overall is only slightly better. Out of New Haven, 91 south, jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton, going through the construction zone on the bridge. And on 84, eastbound side, we have an accident reported between exit 10 and 11. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with the showers arriving after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow and a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Right, I'm going to try to join this here for you just a bit. These are remarks. Now, I don't know yet. This is live. The Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, talking about the attacks now between his nation and Iran.
And impoverishes you. Brave people of Iran, your light will defeat the darkness. I'm with you. The people of Israel are with you.
All right, there you go. So we just caught a few seconds of that. Now, interesting, this has been the tact the last few times that Israel has defended itself in the area, telling the people of the nation, attacking them or being aggressive toward them, that, they can be free, too, if things work out here. So just a few seconds there of live remarks from Benjamin Netanyahu. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I looked. I know people have called me today and said, hey, has Richard Blumenthal said anything today? Not that I can find. I searched for it as best as I could, doing a lot of different word combinations there, getting some AI responses, but nothing, at least at this moment, that I can find where Mr. Blumenthal has said anything substantive on this. He's probably biding his time here, waiting, I would think, to see what else. I don't see anything from the rest of Connecticut's House members either. Representatives DeLauro, Himes, Hayes, Larson, or Joe Courtney. There is some other reaction. As you can imagine, most of the Republicans are okay with this. The Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, his quote, "For too long, the mullahs in Iran have publicly aspired to wipe the only democracy in the Middle East off the face of the map by any means possible. Funding and arming terror groups on Israel's border, choking off international sea lanes, and multiple barrages of missiles and drones." House Speaker Mike Johnson saying, quote, "Israel decided it needed to take action to defend itself. They were clearly within their right to do so." And by the way, I'd love to ask Chris Murphy this, and maybe somebody will in the national media. Every so often, maybe every couple of weeks, you hear about the Houthi rebels, Houthy, right? The Houthi rebels. Some people say Houthi. You know what I'm talking about, right? You hear about them, the Houthi rebels in Yemen. And they lob missiles at international shipping. And even is some, not necessarily U.S.-flagged ships, but there are ships there in the Mediterranean and in the area trying to maintain the shipping lanes. Who do you think funds the Houthis? And I'm asking this because Chris Murphy and the other Democrats are going to push back on this. They have to know this. In fact, they do know this. You see it. It usually happens on the weekends for some reason. I don't know whether that's Iran telling them what to do. But these Houthi rebels, who the hell do you think writes their check? It ain't Israel. It ain't Saudi Arabia. It ain't Egypt. It's not Qatar. It's not the UAE. It's Iran. So I just, and look, listen. I'm sure that there are people like Senator Murphy on his side of the aisle. They know that they're not dumb. They aspire to things. They're not dumb. They know. You can never trust Iran. They know that. You don't think they get national security briefings for years and years saying, well, Iran said this, but this is what the satellite images show. And this is what our moles in Iran show. And by the way, they said the Mossad was deep into Iran for this thing to work last night. So, yeah, I know. Chris Murphy said what he said. You're going to hear it today from others. But they all know they have to appease their base. They have to, in some way, they literally have to do this. They literally have to make sure they either walk a fine line or say to themselves, well, you know what, I'm going to torch Israel in this statement because I have to make sure that the folks that run CARE and the Muslim voters and the Dearborn, Michigan crowd, we're a Democrat. We have to make sure they don't sit home in 2026 or 2028. By the way, speaking of, when we have all these No Kings rallies coming up this weekend, well, we have to save the country and prevent a dictatorship. Well, the best way to do that is vote. Now, the early projections are already out for 2026. Nothing overtly surprising. The Republicans will probably gain a seat or two in the Senate, but they're probably going to lose the House. But that's what happens. So everybody needs to calm down. I encourage you to go to these rallies on the weekend. I'm dead serious about this. Don't do anything dumb. Don't attack any cops, but make sure you go, because I do want as many fine state and local police officers, the men and women of blue and gray, whatever color they're wearing, I want them to get all the overtime they can. I do. Lots of overtime, lots of gas in the state police and local police cruisers on the way to or from the No Kings rallies. This way, our fine men and women of law enforcement, They'll go in your local convenience store, stock up on, Powerade and coffee and Drake's cakes and whatever they protein bars. Yes. So you see how the opposition to Donald John Trump will be revenue generating. I hope there are some people selling T-shirts there, homemade T-shirts. Good. Remember, over $600. You got to tell Uncle Sam. Yeah, incidental income is less than $600. You got that, and hey, you've got all the overtime there. You've got all this, and so listen, this can be a wonderful revenue-generating weekend for the No Kings rallies. Buy the merchandise, buy the refreshments. Maybe there'll be some food trucks there. It's all about revenue generation.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
There's always a reason to visit Gusto Trattoria in Milford. The brand new outdoor pavilion is open. Come dine al fresco in this beautiful and spacious outdoor area, complete with fireplace and full bar. Live music is back Fridays at 7 and Sundays at 4. Plus, book your next special occasion at Gusto and select from one of the many private room choices. Modern and classic Italian dishes, a glass of rosé, outdoor dining, and music. It's all at Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, hour and a half from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Merritt Parkway overall is only slightly better. Out of New Haven, 91 south, jamming from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton, going through the construction zone on the bridge. And on 84, eastbound side, we have an accident reported between exit 10 and 11. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow with a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Phone lines are always open to say what you want and need to say. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And I tell you, listen, I may get on here and you people may laugh at him and insult him. Listen, Chris Murphy got what he wanted here. He put out that statement trashing Trump, trashing Netanyahu, trashing Israel. But I did a quick search online. Chris Murphy, Israel, Trump statement. Look what I come up with. The Guardian, Al Jazeera, MSNBC, The Wall Street Journal, Jewish Insider, The Guardian, France 24, Chain Catcher. So listen, look, and like I say, even if you're not on the Senate Armed Services Committee or the Homeland Security Committee or Intel Committee, whatever, you know what the particulars are here. But listen, Chris Murphy puts out that statement on X, and it's all around the world now. And the support staff that he may have hired yet for Murphy 2028, you hear that? They're high-fiving each other. I'm just kidding. There's no Murphy 2028. Although he did set up a PAC, I think, or something about that. So 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So, and again, too, sometimes there's planning on this. Because think about it. You very rarely see, in either situation, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, in a hot-button situation, you rarely see somebody come out sternly one way or the other if it's kind of a purple state. You know what I mean? If it's a purple state where, you know, one election cycle, it could be a Dem winning or a Republican winning, you never really see any person who's just on a razor's edge come on out and make a statement where you're like, whoa, where'd that come from? No, it's usually from a solid red state or a solid blue state, figuring, well, if I tick off people on the other side, I don't care because my seat is secure here. So listen, I bitch and moan and cry about this, but listen, Chris Murphy got that 5 or 6 sentences he put out on X last night at 10 p.m., 10:07. No, I was not on X at 10:07. I picked up the link from our buddy Tom Dudchuk of the Capitol, Dudchuk from the Capitol Report. No, but he put it out, and there you go. So maybe he has the last laugh. How about that? But again, nothing from Mr. Blumenthal yet, nothing from our other 5 esteemed members of Congress. Traffic and weather together coming up. Bob in Trumbull joins us on a Friday. Bob, how are you?
Okay, Reverend Paul.
Yes, my son.
But I must correct something you said in the sermon.
Yes.
You said the Mullahs were right-wing. Actually, they're hard left-wing, just like Chris Murphy.
Okay.
And I think we ought to help reinstate the Shah.
Well,
listen. This whole thing is Jimmy Carter's fault.
Well, there are people that reach back to that. Yeah.
Then they took the embassy. We should have immediately gone in, not waited and send a couple of helicopters that couldn't.
Crashed in the desert. Remember that?
Yes, I do. Yeah. And then I got a question for you.
Yeah, here it comes. Yes.
What?
Go ahead. It's a setup, Bob, but I know, but you're good at that. What's the question?
You're espousing all these left-wing protests.
Yeah, I like it.
Where are the rallies to support ICE this weekend? I think there ought to be.
I don't know. Bob, thank you. Have a wonderful weekend. Yeah, listen, here's the thing. I think that's a good point Bob made. Where are the rallies to support ICE? Well, I good question, Bob. I think that those rallies happen on Election Day. Honestly, that's, the party that's out of power in our wonderful system, whether it's on the world stage or on the national stage or on the statewide stage, they're angry because they're out of power. In fact, Peggy Noonan in the Wall Street Journal wrote a great piece about this, about are the Democrats, even though they're angry and out of power, are they blowing this? But yeah, I think that anger, tends to spawn rallies and protests. I got nothing wrong with that. I'm dead serious. Just don't do anything idiotically this weekend. The governor's been saying that. The lieutenant governor's been saying that. Even people on a national scale have been saying that. Guy, if you hate Trump, make all the signs you want, scream and yell. And I know there's a lot of pro-Trump people out there. Don't crash these rallies. It's a waste of time. Relax at home. Watch. What's this weekend? Was it the PGA? There's a big tournament this weekend. You got that. You got the Stanley Cup playoffs. You got baseball. You've got, Game 4 of the NBA series? Good series. Indiana, again. People had him for dead. Maybe you go out with your honey, take your wife out, take your girlfriend out, take both of them out. Sorry. And take Agumad with you. No, hey, whatever you're into, go to a nice dinner. Don't crash the No Kings rally. Don't do that. None of you idiots that are in the Klan or the Proud Boys or some right-wing nut job organization. Just let them do what they want. Let the cops have the overtime. Let the food trucks sell all their wonderful wares. Let your local convenience store fuel up all your local members of the constabulary, as we say in the old country, I carbonati of the polizia, and do that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, yeah, Chris Murphy getting all the buzz this afternoon. It's going to be interesting to see what our other members of Congress say. Now, Chris had this in his news a while ago, the statement by John Larson, Hartford area congressman, 1st District. He's outraged. He's appalled at what happened to Alex Padilla yesterday. I mean, the more you look at this video, and I'm taking a lot of garbage and heat on it for online. Look, it is what it is. There's no way. Alex Padilla is a sitting U.S. Senator from California. There is no way on God's beautiful green, blue, red, white, and blue earth, there is no way that he did not know what was going to happen. If he walked toward that rostrum and that dais or whatever, that podium where Kristi Noem was, of course he knew what was going to happen. And it was a no-risk situation for him. Because remember, he went up there, he kept turning around, he figures, well, if I get roughed up a little, the video will be there. There was a dozen cameras there. And then he's thinking to himself, well, if she says, Senator, what's your question? Then I can come up, I can walk up, I can get close. Remember I said yesterday, you get in the two-shot, right? And then I can confront her with some questions. So it was really a win-win situation for Padilla. It really was. Let's check traffic and weather together right here, right now on a Friday at WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, hour and a half from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Merritt Parkway overall is only slightly better. Out of New Haven, 91 south, jamming from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton, going through the construction zone on the bridge. And on 84, eastbound side, we have an accident reported between exit 10 and 11. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with the showers arriving after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow and a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology and Super Cruise. The Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any electric vehicle SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, let's scoot to the phones real quick before news. Dr. Howard Stouffer joins us from UNH in the 4 o'clock hour. Coming up, Barbara in Stratford's with us. Barbara, how are you? What's up?
I'm good, thank you. I just wondered if everyone has forgotten that Israel was the one that was attacked. They didn't attack anyone. Israel was attacked by Hamas.
And where does Hamas get its money from?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they have more than, if you think of how small this country is, and they are fighting countries who are so much larger than they are. They're very brilliant people. They really are.
Yeah,
and I think what
absolutely.
they pulled off is amazing. I think it's wonderful.
I'm sorry?
I think what they pulled off is absolutely amazing.
Oh, it is. It is. And Barbara, thank you. Yeah, folks, Barbara's right. You have to read the particulars about this attack. And apparently they say, and Barbara, thank you, you remember that attack with the pagers? Remember that about a year and a half, 2 years ago? Where somehow the Mossad and Israel were able to smuggle in pagers, knowing that terrorist groups use and buy a certain kind of pager, beeper, right? Nobody wears those here anymore. Apparently, they still use them in the Middle East for communications with codes and everything. They get the pager to go off, and then if they see a certain code. Well, apparently, remember those pagers were all booby-trapped. Because I guess the Mossad and Israel set up a fake company or whatever, knowing that the terrorists were going shopping. Well, they say that the technical expertise behind this first wave of attacks is even better.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. As Iran fires ballistic missiles at Israel, Israel has launched new attacks on Iran. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
The objective of Israel's military operation is to remove this threat, both the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat to Israel.
CBS's Margaret Brennan on the new Israeli strikes.
What we know is that the IDF also announced that it had just carried out yet another round of attacks in Tehran and in other parts of Iran. The fighter jets, according to the IDF, struck another nuclear site in the Isfahan area of Iran. They claim that this was a precision strike in an area where there was enriched uranium.
While most of Iran's missiles were blocked, some have landed, including in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. The U.S. military helped Israel intercept the missiles. The IDF says fewer than 100 missiles were fired. 21 people have been injured. The administration is emphasizing it did not participate in the initial Israeli strikes.
I'm Linda Kenyon at the White House. Sources say President Trump knew that Israel would strike, but did not explicitly give the green light. In fact, several cabinet members were gathered in the White House Situation Room, where they watched the attack unfold last night in real time. Hours earlier, the president indicated to reporters that nuclear talks with Iran were making progress and suggested it might not be a good time for Israel to attack. Earlier this week, the administration told U.S. Embassy personnel to leave the region, citing the current volatility.
200 Marines have arrived to guard federal buildings in downtown Los Angeles, says Major General Scott Sherman.
They have standard crowd control gear, helmet, their face shield. That's for crowd control.
In Tennessee, Kilmar Abrego Garcia has pleaded not guilty to human smuggling charges. He was wrongfully deported to El Salvador, then returned. His wife, Jennifer Vasquez Sura, relaying a message from her husband.
These dark times are where we're facing all the tribulations that God has put in our path. Estos tiempos oscuros. But keep praying and keep fighting.
A lot of people on Medicaid who aren't in the U.S. legally may now be at greater risk of being deported, says CBS's Jim Crisula.
The Trump administration has provided the personal information, including immigration status, for millions of Medicaid enrollees to deportation officials. That's according to emails obtained by the Associated Press. California, Illinois, Washington State, and Washington, D.C. allow immigrants who are in the U.S. illegally to enroll in relatively new Medicaid programs that pay for their expenses using only state taxpayer dollars.
The Dow closed down today almost 2%, NASDAQ down almost 1.5%. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 21-year-old Hamden man has died after a motorcycle crash on Interstate 95 in Milford. Police say Jose Phoebus Rivera was riding on I-95 northbound just after 12 noon yesterday when he apparently failed to negotiate a curve of the exit 38 off-ramp. The motorcycle left the road and hit a metal post and sand barrels before coming to a rest down an embankment. Phoebus Rivera was pronounced dead at the scene. I-95 North was closed between exits 37 and 38 for hours after the crash, snarling traffic in the area throughout the afternoon. Sikorsky Memorial Airport in Stratford is still owned by the city of Bridgeport. The city has been hoping to sell the airport for the past 4 years, but so far nothing has happened. Mayor Joe Ganem's administration is still hoping to sell the airport to the Connecticut Airport Authority, according to Daniel Roach, a Ganem aide. 4 years ago, the Ganem administration had been hoping to use $4 million from the sale of the airport to balance the 2022-2023 budget. Mayor Ganem also included $3 million in his budget presentation to the city council this year as well, but still no sale. The city had been negotiating a deal with the CAA in 2023 for them to purchase the airport for $10 million, but that deal fell through. The CAA believes Sikorsky has a lot of potential to make upgrades and return to regular passenger service, but CAA Executive Director Michael Shea said his agency does not have a funding source to move ahead with an acquisition. The band Yes is planning a tour and will be kicking things off in Connecticut. The Fragile Tour 2025 gets underway this fall, and the band will play their 1971 album Fragile in its entirety. The 30-show tour begins October 1st at the Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford. Tickets are available through pre-sale at Ticketmaster. And tomorrow is the 21st annual Connecticut Open House Day. Museums, cultural attractions, restaurants, and other locations around the state are offering deals and discounts today to recognize the event. Governor Ned Lamont is also holding an open house at the governor's residence in Hartford. A complete list of the over 200 locations participating in the event can be found on the Connecticut Office of Tourism website. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound crash between exit 34 and exit 33. Stay to the left to get through. 95 northbound, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Upper Merritt is a little easier out of New Haven. 91 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on the Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, bunched up nicely into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, long line of cars through Shelton, going through the construction zone on the bridge. And 84 eastbound, residual delays in Newtown because of an earlier problem that's been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Ganem Personal Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident, Ganem Injury Lawyers fight for your maximum compensation. Turn your setback into a comeback. Visit GanemInjuryLawyers.com. I'm Matt Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with low near 60. Cloudy with the showers tomorrow with a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, great to have you with us. 2 hours down, 2 to go. What's ever on your mind? 203-333-9422. 888-333-WICC. By the way, one of our questions of the day, I did post this earlier today on our Facebook page for the radio station. Not my page, because all you see are guitar videos, cat videos, and hockey videos. But Facebook.com/voice of CT. Once again, Facebook.com/voice of CT. Do you think, did the DHS Secretary's security detail, you saw this, we talked about this yesterday, did they overreact in how they restrained and handcuffed California Democratic Senator Alex Padilla on Thursday? Did they overreact to that? Now, you could clearly see that was staged. And it, in my opinion, maybe you have a different opinion on this, but it worked like a charm. You could not have planned this better. You could not have pulled this off better in a coordinated, shall I call it stunt? I don't know. You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. And was he able to bait and goad and make happen what did and get those security people, those security forces, to actually overreact? And then in the midst of that, as he's trying to be ushered out of the room where Kristi Noem was, and I guess this wasn't really so much of a news conference as it was going to be just a straight statement from Secretary Noem, did he know what was going on and say, hey, let me turn around and see if I can walk that back? Now, did he think he was going to get handcuffed? I don't know. But to me, I mean, they're still talking about it. But I think, listen, as far as strategy here, or as Mr. Bush used to call it, number 43, strategery, I think they pulled it off to a T. It's interesting. I've talked to a bunch of people around here at Connoisseur and people online. And it's about 50-50. 50% of the people saying, hey, you never know who the guy was. These Secret Service guys, they may not know it was Kristi Noem's security detail. And about another half of the people responding to me either face-to-face or on the show or on my social media saying that, yeah, he knew what he was doing. But again, hey, listen, it's about controlling the media narrative. That's something that Trump does very well, whether you despise him or love him or something in between. The key to really successful politicians from now all the way back to who was the first real media president, FDR? It's getting your message out there and controlling the narrative.
You know Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Are you sick and tired of paying high prices for Continental tires? Then get to Town Fair Tire for the lowest price you'll find anywhere. Yes, the guaranteed lowest price on every Continental tire. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. Think about it. Why look anywhere else for Continental tires when Town Fair gives you the guaranteed lowest price plus free services for life? Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Rinnai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Rinnai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until June 30th with Tri-City and Renai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-471-9773. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-471-9773. That's 800-471-9773.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound crash between exit 34 and exit 33. Stay to the left to get through. 95 northbound, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield. The upper Merritt is a little easier out of New Haven. 91 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on the Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, bunched up nicely into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, long line of cars through Shelton going through the construction zone on the bridge. And 84 eastbound, residual delays in Newtown because of an earlier problem that's been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Ganem Personal Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident, Ganem Injury Lawyers fight for your maximum compensation. Turn your setback into a comeback. Visit GanemInjuryLawyers.com. I'm Matt Krause at WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with the showers arriving after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow and a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Never miss a moment when you listen through your Amazon Echo.
It's Connecticut Today.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, thank you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text, by the way. You can text us at that number. We'll get back to the open phones momentarily. Always good to have this gentleman on, longtime contributor here. Dr. Howard Stouffer. He's a professor of national security at the University of New Haven, also a 25-year veteran of the U.S. State Department, served in the Middle East in the 1980s during the Reagan years, also Moscow, Tel Aviv, Beijing, Oslo, and Geneva. Dr. Stouffer, hi, it's Paul again. How are you, sir? Good to have you back. How are you?
Thank you. Good to be on the air again with you.
Well, Dr. Stouffer, I can imagine you're looking at this from far away and chatting about it with people you know and analyzing this. So give us your initial thoughts here of what has transpired over the last day and a half, 2 days. Number one, are you surprised by this or not?
No, I think this is something that's been coming. Bibi Netanyahu has been talking about this for 25 years. He's made references in front of the United Nations General Assembly in 2015, holding up charts about the nuclear program of Iran. But there was an interesting confluence after the attacks by Hamas on October 7th, 2023, and the attacks that Israel did against Hamas and basically neutralizing a lot of them, and then neutralizing with stunning attacks on Hezbollah and wiping out their leadership and their command structure. And then the overthrow of Syria and Assad regime by al-Shara, that basically created an opportunity, especially after these two ranges of attacks in 2024 when Iran attacked Israel and they wiped out their air defense systems. They were in a perfect position to be able to conduct this particular activity or this kind of event. And, of course, they held back while there were negotiations underway between the United States and Iran. But once it became pretty clear that Iran was, he thought, stalling for time, they had a sixth round scheduled for Sunday. He just decided this is it. It's time to go. And particularly, I want to add, the International Nuclear Agency, the IAEA, started noticing that they got denied permission to be able to monitor what was going on in Natanz, where there's the largest amount of, enrichment of uranium to nuclear weapons grade, ore. And that was it. I think that's what they had been planning this for, 8 years. Actually, they've been planning specifically since November of 2024, and they had Mossad assets in place inside of Iran, secretly setting up, all kinds of activities that would aid the Israeli strikes. And so they decided to go. They informed the president, and they said that they were going, and he didn't say that they should not go. And I think that was it. We're in this situation now, and this is a turning point in the Middle East. This is clearly a turning point.
Well, let me ask you that, dovetailing off of that, Dr. Stouffer, are the other area countries of the Middle East, are they quietly cheering this, do you think, or not?
Well, I know Jordan has been helping shoot down some of, Israel's under attack now by Iran with ballistic missiles and drones. Jordan's been helping, the UK has been helping, the US has been helping, and the Israelis themselves, their Iron Dome and David Sling are not enough to stop all of these missiles that are being fired. So they're all helping. Each country had to say, the Saudis and the Egyptians all had to say this is a violation of international law and it's wrong, blah, blah, blah. But I think, inside their little frameworks, they're all saying this is great. This is going to change the Middle East. It will change the Middle East because Iran won't be a threat anymore. Iran had been an ongoing threat for years, spending their billions of oil dollars, for activities in Lebanon, activities with Hamas, with the Syrians, and then with the militias that are located in Syria and in Iraq, and the Houthis in Yemen. So they've been out there, fueling all this, terrorism and fire for so many years, and now, they're going to be glad to see that the Iranians are going to be running out of steam. They're going to be seriously put back in their program, and Netanyahu just came on the air, which is unusual on a Friday night in Israel.
I saw that, yeah.
And he said, they don't have any idea what's in store for them, and I think they're even much further attacks are going to be coming very soon, especially at Fordo, which is their underground facility that can be attacked. It can be, and they don't have the 30,000-pound bunker busters, but there are other ways. And I remember when I was in the Middle East, they were talking about what they would do against an underground facility. You bomb all the entrances that provide air, food, and water, and you collapse them. And you keep bombing them until whoever's inside will not be able to function anymore. And then that facility has become inert. So that's the next step.
Yeah, Dr. Howard Stouffer is the guest, of course, from the University of New Haven with a long-time career in the State Department. So, Dr. Stouffer, on a secondary level here, is this also kind of a signal? And we know this has almost happened over the past couple of decades. How much of a push will there be needed for the Iranian people, many of whom are very young because of that Iran-Iraq war, many of whom, and I know from people who have visited there and lived there, they don't like, many of whom, some do, but they don't like the hardline leadership. They want to be friendly with the West. They like America. They want American tourist dollars. Is this another nudge in that direction or not?
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, but the Israelis, they took out, last night, they took out the military leadership. They took out the nuclear scientists, the leading nuclear scientists inside of Iran. But they did not go after, to kill the Ayatollah or other members of the political elite in Iran. They could have done that, but then it would have been a different operation. It wouldn't have been an operation to take out their nuclear capability. It would have been, a regime change. It would have been a decapitation for regime change. But this might open up some opportunities, especially the Israelis say this is going to go on for days, and I suspect it's going to go on for weeks. And finally, when they will be satisfied that Iran's capabilities to build a nuclear weapon are so degraded that they can't reconstitute anytime soon, meaning like in a decade or more. And maybe that will be the trigger, like you say, the trigger to, overthrow the regime if that's what people want there.
You had mentioned a couple of seconds ago, Doctor, and I mention this to people all the time. Yeah, the media tells us Iran, Israel, but the tentacles of Iran, too, as you mentioned, the Houthis. We hear about U.S. ships and all these merchant marine ships getting attacked by the Houthis. The tentacles of Iran, the Houthis, Hamas, all these groups, I once saw a flow chart on a webpage drawing the connections with all these terrorist organizations, and it all goes the fulcrum of the bicycle wheel is Iran. It always is.
Right. You're absolutely right. And that's why I think Netanyahu decided now's the time is ripe. Hamas is made inert. Hezbollah in Lebanon is inert. There's a regime change in Syria, and the Houthis have been pushed aside. So I think ultimately, this is going to be an opportunity for them to push back directly on Iran, which has been doing this for so many years, using its oil facilities and oil sales to be able to fund all of this. And it's about time because nobody else in the region would be willing to do this. And and Trump, I think, he's going to be supportive. He doesn't want a long-term war. He said he doesn't want to get the U.S. involved in a long-term engagement. But on the other hand, we're helping them. And we made it very clear that any attack on American forces anywhere in the region or elsewhere will be an attack on the United States. And that's the other thing. We need to be vigilant and notice that the Iranians have these, sleeper cells in Europe and the United States, which are terrorist cells, and they may activate them and have them take action against us and the Europeans at some point in the near future.
And finally, Dr. Stouffer, how does this, and now there are obvious ways, obviously, but how does this shift still the other battle Israel is having with Hamas in Gaza?
Well, I think it would, if once they can really, take out the Iranian nuclear capability, it would make it possible for Israel to accept a permanent ceasefire. And I've been hearing this from a number of colleagues who have been working on this issue for many years, and they say that if Israel finally succeeds and is satisfied that it's taken out the nuclear threat from Iran and has set back the Iranians significantly, then they can say, okay, we don't have to worry. If we have a permanent ceasefire, get the hostages back, allow international aid to come in, rebuilding, we don't have to worry about Hamas getting money from the Iranians because the Iranians are going to be, out of business, basically. And we don't have to worry about reconstitution of Hamas. So it might actually help a settlement there as well.
From the University of New Haven, always glad to have Dr. Howard Stouffer on to sort this all out. Dr. Stouffer, thank you. You have my number. Don't hesitate to call. Have a good weekend, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. You too. Happy Father's Day.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir, and you as well. Dr. Howard Stouffer there, a longtime Reagan-era employee of the U.S. State Department. He has lived in Moscow, Tel Aviv, Beijing, Oslo, Norway, and Geneva, and was involved in nuclear talks. One of the best experts that we have right here on Connecticut Today at 4:20. Oh, look at that. On the sixes. Like the boss says, traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound crash between exit 34 and exit 33. Stay to the left to get through. 95 northbound, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Upper Merritt is a little easier out of New Haven. 91 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on the Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, bunched up nicely into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, long line of cars through Shelton, going through the construction zone on the bridge. And 84 eastbound, residual delays in Newtown because of an earlier problem that's been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Ganem Personal Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident? Ganem Injury Lawyers fight for your maximum compensation. Turn your setback into a comeback. Visit GanemInjuryLawyers.com. I'm Matt Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with low near 60. Cloudy with the showers tomorrow with a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental invites you to come to their Norwalk office for your entire family's dental health. It is their mission to provide you with comprehensive dental care you and your family deserve. Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk, located at 91 East Avenue, open 5 days a week, or visit their Manchester location at 483 Middle Turnpike West, open 7 days a week. Columbia Dental, here for you and your family for regular checkups or emergency visits. ColumbiaDental.com.
Options, experience, and know-how, you deserve all three when it comes to selling your home. Choose someone who's trusted by community leaders with a nearly 40-year track record of serving area families just like yours. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate. We can bring you a cash offer should you need to sell quickly. We can protect the equity in your home with a traditional sale or even our Improve to Move program if it's right for you. To upgrade your home, learn more at CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Sell your home smoothly When you call Car Beauty, go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Iran has launched missiles at Israel, whose defense systems are intercepting many of them, but some have landed, including in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. An American official now confirms the U.S. is helping Israel intercept the missiles. The IDF has ordered all citizens into shelters. CBS News contributor Robert Berger is in Jerusalem.
People are hunkering down in those bomb shelters at home. Now, if you don't have a bomb shelter in your own apartment, then you would go downstairs to one that's in the apartment building.
Troops at 2 U.S. bases, one in Iraq and one in Syria, were ordered into bunkers. About an hour ago, they've now left those shelters. CBS's Margaret Brennan.
Secretary of State Rubio was working the phones hours in advance of the Israeli initial strike, warning allies that something was coming, but this is not us.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Attorney Kent Mowiney struck a deal with prosecutors today in the Jennifer Dulos murder case. He entered a guilty plea to a reduced charge of interfering with an officer this morning and was sentenced to time served. Mowiney was the friend and lawyer of the late Fotis Dulos, who was accused of killing his estranged wife, Jennifer, before he committed suicide. His girlfriend, Michelle Traconis, who was also a friend of Mowiney, was sentenced to 20 years in prison for helping Dulos kill and hide the body of Jennifer, which has never been found. A Connecticut state senator is safe but stuck in Iraq after Israel opened fire on nearby Iran. The South Windsor Democrat, Saad Anwar, says he and his wife have been in the country for several days learning about the people and their country. However, when they tried to heed an advisory urging U.S. citizens to leave, the airspace had already been shut down. In a social media update, Anwar said that they are safe but are looking forward to getting back home. A decision was made yesterday at a meeting of the Connecticut Site Council to not install new monopoles along the northbound side of Metro North. The installation of these monopoles would have impacted areas of Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong said that both UI and the Site Council have acted without the necessary amount of transparency and availability for public feedback through the process.
Never had a public hearing about evaluation of moving from the south side to the north side. It did not notify the impacted neighbors and businesses that would be affected. So that was one of the big reasons that led the court to remand the decision to review it.
UI will now have to make a new proposal for a future monopole installation. A surveillance video has been released showing the arrest of a woman in front of her 2 children by ICE agents in New Haven. Nancy Martinez and her children had just entered her car in the Hill neighborhood on Monday when 3 unmarked vehicles blocked them in. Martinez was then taken from the vehicle and handcuffed, and a family member came outside to help the children. New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker says the arrest was appalling and inhumane. A Bridgeport man is accused of smoking marijuana while he was driving a car with a gun inside the vehicle in Norwalk. Police pulled over a Tesla driven by 29-year-old Kirk Thomas on Hendricks Avenue yesterday morning. Officers say they quickly determined that Thomas was smoking marijuana as he drove. A pistol was then located in the car. Thomas is charged with DUI, carrying a firearm while under the influence, and traffic offenses. Hartford area Congressman John Larson is outraged over the rough treatment of California Senator Alex Padilla. He tried to ask a question at a news conference with U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem when he was aggressively pushed from the room by law enforcement and detained. The video of the arrest has been released, and Larson says the assault of Senator Padilla should alarm every American. He says the Trump administration is trying to intimidate opponents, but they will not stop standing up to his abuses of power. State and local police are working with protesters to get ready for this weekend's No Kings protest. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Ed McKeon from the protest group Indivisible about how organizers are making sure that Connecticut's rallies don't escalate to the level of those in Los Angeles.
We are working in cooperation with the city and the police department. They will have people here. They understand exactly what we want.
There are protests planned in over 30 cities across Connecticut this weekend, including in Stamford. Michelle Abt from Indivisible Stamford says that one of the protesters' primary fears is that the president is moving the country towards a dictatorship.
As the Trump administration continues to consolidate power in the executive branch and essentially undo the checks and balances of our democratic government, it's clear that he thinks he's a king and he's acting like a king, and Congress isn't checking him, so the people are going to have to.
The rally in Stamford will take place this Saturday at noon in front of the courthouse. Many Connecticut shoreline beaches remain closed today. Swimming was banned at multiple beaches yesterday because of elevated levels of bacteria in the water. Beaches impacted by the bacteria issue included Sherwood Island and Campo beaches in Westport and Calf Pasture Beach in Norwalk. All beaches in West Haven are also closed until further notice. Runoff from recent heavy rains is the suspected cause. The beaches will be able to reopen for swimming when testing shows that bacteria has dropped below acceptable levels. The Fairfield Police Department announced this morning that 3 of the individuals that took part in a street takeover at the Stop and Shop parking lot last month have been arrested.
All 3 of those vehicles have been located, seized, and are currently held in our impound lot as evidence. Just as important, the individuals responsible for those reckless actions have also been arrested.
The incident involved over 75 vehicles, with the drivers and spectators of the illegal event likely coordinating through social media. Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber praised the work of local officers in prioritizing public safety while also apprehending the suspects.
Our officers showed great mental toughness and maturity. Their meticulous training allowed them to, in the midst of a tense situation, think clearly and make the appropriate risk-benefit assessments.
And Spirit Airlines has launched new service between Bradley International Airport and Detroit Metro Airport. The inaugural flight left the Windsor Locks Airport yesterday morning for Michigan. Spirit has also announced that it will launch nonstop service between Bradley and Nashville International Airport in August. Spirit also has flights between Bradley and Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The upper Merritt will help you out the most. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, long line of cars through Hamden down into the West Rock Tunnel. And 84 eastbound, heavy congestion delays through Newtown, all stemming from an earlier problem that has been cleared. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with the showers arriving after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow and a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everything you need to know to stay informed. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, I don't know what to... Let's go with this. Now, you know there's going to be a special session for that housing bill. And by the way, if you'd like to chime in, whatever's on your mind on a Friday. Oh, and by the way, just so you know, CNN, of course, all the cable networks, CNN, MSNBC, CNBC, Fox, whatever. Of course, Newsmax, One America. Is One America still around? Good God. They're all showing, the video from Iran and from Israel and everything with the attacks. But CNN has a split screen up. And the other half of the split screen, they're still doing Q&As with, you guessed it, members of the Democratic caucus about Alex Padilla's clown event stunt yesterday. Oh, my God. We're going to question the security measures be around Secretary Num. Oh, for freak's sake, stop it. You got what you wanted. He could have not yelled. He could have sat in the back. He could have just raised his hand without moving toward the rostrum or the dais. He knew exactly what he was doing. Enough. It's ridiculous. Now, the stunt worked. I'm not saying it didn't work, but enough. For God's sake, 90% of people, they see what this is. You remember when Jerry Lewis used to do the clown act and he would make like he would trip, he would physically trip? Remember that? I mean, my God, we have the beginnings of World War III, and they're doing a split screen between that and, we have grave questions after Senator Padilla was manhandled. Well, why was he manhandled? He kept yelling who he was. The security didn't know who he was. And he keeps turning around. I have a question. Oh, come on. So on this side, we're going to do the fake outrage. On the other side, it's the beginning of World War III. All right. God. As my mother used to say, Maron, Ufa, Bazi's here. Ufa, Bazi. What do you got?
Now, if it's World War III, is that going to regenerate the city of Bridgeport, all those old factories?
Well, how great would that be, huh? You make some nukes, make some short field nukes in Bridgeport. Yeah.
25% of the artillery in World War II came out of this little corner of Connecticut, Bridgeport, Connecticut. 25. Wow. And when I came to Connecticut, it's going to be 49 years, June 27th.
Yes.
We moved to Huntington, and people had told me about Nike sites. I said, what are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, West Haven had
I
one,
found out, right, back in the day when Huntington, not the city part, the Huntington section, Connecticut in their section.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that there were Nike sites because there was bombs in there to protect the city of Bridgeport.
Yep.
But the other reason why I called, a couple of quick things. One, we're past the statute of limitations for selling processed meats. You and I, no one's going to come and chase us now. But good thing we didn't have our stores now with all this. We'd have to pivot and come up with something else. We'd have to have real ham and real,
yes,
all those deli meats we sold. My father did very well.
Yeah.
Just to be. And the other thing I want to say in closing, I want to personally, I only know you from WICC.
Yeah.
We've met a couple of times.
Yep.
We're both Italian. We're both bald.
Yeah.
I'm slightly taller than you and older.
Yeah.
But I just want to wish you a wonderful Father's Day.
Thank you,
All of
Bob.
us who listen to you, hear you talk about Brian.
Appreciate
you have
it.
tremendous pride in what he does for a living.
Yes.
For an Italian father, you know how we can get, I'm not a dad, but you're very critical, or whatever. But you always emulate Brian and his lovely fiance and what he does for a career. You can hear your heart is open to him. I know you worked hand in hand with, I know you're divorced, but you're a class act. You put the ball, your son's benefit. So for all of us who listen to you, I didn't want to text you. I didn't want to do it on Facebook, whatever. I wanted to go old school and just tell you, paisan to paisan, bald-headed paisan. You're a wonderful father. You have a lot to be proud of. Did Brian ever know your dad?
Yeah, so a bit, yeah. My dad passed away in 98. Brian was born in 94, so he was about 3 or 4 years. He has some recollections. Yes, he does.
And did you take that classic picture, Pacelli, or did you miss it?
I'm sure we did it. His mom is the curator of all photos. Yes.
Well, you guys make a nice team. Maybe one day if your son is visiting. You and I run into each other. But again, you have a lot to be proud of. Hug your son because, you know, we don't live forever. There's less inches on the yardstick in front of you and I than behind us.
I can't see him Sunday, but I'm going to see him in next Thursday because, you know, we're gonna venture down to Astoria. So there you go. There you go.
And you said it right. Astoria.
Thank you, Boz. Take care, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Yes, I'll be venturing Thursday. Take a day off and go do a little bit of a belated Father's Day hang with the kid. All right. I've got two things coming back here you're going to love. Both, shall we say, one national, one local, one very local, regarding two statements that you hear and you go, well, then, okay.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, we've got your flooring needs covered. From intricate area rugs, durable vinyl and laminate to elegant stair runners. Shop anywhere, but make sure to see us before you buy. Visit courtesycarpet.com to explore our extensive selection. Visit Ellen, Jay, and the team at Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Trust us, the experts in quality flooring. Because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
Introducing Cakes by Sonia, a scratch-made bakery in Stratford. Let owner and head baker Sonia turn your vision into a delicious, beautiful custom cake. Specializing in wedding, birthday, and anniversary cakes, a Cake by Sonia is like no other. Follow Cakes by Sonia on Instagram or come into the bakery at 2067 Barnum Ave in Stratford. For an amazing cake for your next event, it's Cakes by Sonia. 203-276-8880.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Oil prices surged and stocks came under pressure both at home and abroad as Iran late in the afternoon retaliated against Israel's attacks last night against its nuclear facilities and military machinery. Iran sending as many as 100 missiles into Israel, some of which actually hit the ground in Tel Aviv. Defenses did not fully hold up, as we saw in previous interchanges between the two countries. Oil prices surged $5.37, nearly 8% to $73.41 a barrel. Interest rates went up on the inflationary implications of that, while stocks tumbled sharply both at home and abroad, the Dow losing nearly 770 points, 1.75% to 42,197. S&P down 1.1% to 5976. NASDAQ down 1.3% to 19,406. Yield on the 10-year note climbed to 4.41%. The dollar firmed up. Oil, as stated, up almost 8% on the day, and gold saw safe haven status once again, rising $47 to nearly $34.50 the ounce.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 north, over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The upper Merritt will help you out the most. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, long line of cars through Hamden down into the West Rock Tunnel. And 84 eastbound, heavy congestion delays through Newtown, all stemming from an earlier problem that has been cleared. I'm Edge Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with low near 60. Cloudy with the showers tomorrow with a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ask Alexa to play WICC.
Playing WICC.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
So everybody, including a lot of places here in Connecticut, by the way, where you can chat with us at 333-9422. A lot of folks getting ready for these No Kings rallies against the president, the Trump administration this weekend. If you want to go. Have a good time. Protest all you want. Don't do anything dumb. Well, if you're a consumer of news, you do know that one sheriff in Florida doesn't mince words. He's very entertaining. He's a good law enforcement guy. He's pretty entertaining here. Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey. He, along with Grady Judd, a lot of colorful sheriffs in Florida. And now there's the outrage mob is not happy now because of what this sheriff said. You ready for this? And he's talking about, this is Sheriff Ivey, saying that, listen, protest all you want, just don't do anything dumb. But can you imagine if a law enforcement person said this in Connecticut? Quote, if you hit one of us, I can't even say this, it's so funny. If you hit one of us, you're going to go to the hospital and jail, and most likely you're going to get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. Okay. So, well, that's not so bad, Paul. But I continue. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains, because we will kill you. Graveyard dead. We're not going to play. Is this guy Florida or what? Dear God. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains, because we will kill you. Graveyard dead. We're not going to play. Well, that's outrageous. No, just peacefully protest. That's all. Oh, man, how do you not love that? Jack in Stanford's here. Hello, Jack. How are you?
Oh, we're wrapping it up for the day. Wrapping it up, I think. Here.
Oh, it's an hour early. Wait, what are you slacking off
early? There
you
go. Boy, you guys are, and now I work for you guys. You guys are watching me. I'm supposed to be out here by 3 on a Friday jumpstart, so I'm trying to go.
Yeah. What do you got?
We got everything done. So that senator, I mean, who in the Senate and the Democratic caucus told this knucklehead, hey, here's a good idea. You're a member of the Senate. You subpoena her, or you request her, come before the committee and let's discuss this and everything.
It was a stunt. It was a stunt.
Yeah, but they should have stunted him even better with a couple of nightsticks on his head.
I don't think we want. I don't.
I'm telling you, water cannons,
you sound like this.
School.
You sound like this sheriff in Florida. No, you don't want to do that, Jack.
This is what we need to do. They're doing it in Ireland. It's fine. They're going to do it in Italy.
I don't think we need. Well, we're not the Italians, but anyway. Yes.
We got to put up the statue again.
That's the way I have to come up. Oh my God, that's never going to happen. It's in a private spot in New Haven and Bridgeport too, so everything's good.
Yeah.
What do you got this weekend? What do you got?
There's basketball tonight.
Yeah,
right?
that's right. I believe so. Yeah.
And I think there's a bit of hockey going on.
Yes, there is. The final is tied 2 games apiece after a stunning comeback last night. Yes.
I have one staff guy that played hockey in college, and he came up on a hockey. I'll have to ask him what's going on.
Well, it's 2-2 Edmonton and Florida. Florida, the Florida Panthers. Hey, it's great. It's a very good series. You know, you don't think marquee, but for hockey people it is, because Edmonton has basically the two best individual players in the game right now. Right. And Florida is just the Florida Panthers, you know, a Miami-based franchise. Everybody thought never would stick. They are the best coached, most disciplined team in the league. So
just better make sure they behave when they're passing through that county that sheriff's running. That ain't no Barney. He's no Barney Fife.
Barney Fife. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. Have a good night, good weekend there. Yeah, how about that? You imagine this? Imagine if the chief of police in Bridgeport, Hartford, or New Haven said, quote, if you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we'll be notifying your family where to collect your remains because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play. Now, are there? Now, I would ask that. Who's the Sheriff Ivy? Sheriff, hi, Paul, Connoisseur Media, WICC. Yes, sir. What's your question, Paul? Sheriff, what exactly is graveyard dead? I mean, do we have different? Is there hospital dead? Is there running off the road and plowing into a tree dead? Is there graveyard dead? I'm a little confused. Before we go to news, top of the hour, traffic and weather together and all that. How about this? Boy, there's a lot of, boy, I tell you, the Democrats here in Connecticut very angry over this housing bill. The fact that Governor Ned Lamont said, hey, we need a redo here. The fact that folks like me and other talk show hosts and other columnists and other social media people got into it online and said, hey, you may want to not be in favor of this. So one of the leaders of the Democratic Party in this state, Matt Ritter, the House Speaker, clearly not happy with one of our frequent guests here on WICC. Can you guess who that might be? We will have a little sound clip today of Matt Ritter not happy with a gentleman we have on the program very often.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The upper Merritt will help you out the most. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, long line of cars through Hamden down into the West Rock Tunnel. And 84 eastbound, heavy congestion delays through Newtown, all stemming from an earlier problem that has been cleared. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with the showers arriving after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow and a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is the Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Sunday, June 15th, Suzanne Vega at Ridgefield Playhouse. Tuesday, June 17th, Sean Colvin at the Kate in Old Saybrook. Wednesday, July 18th, BB Mack is at Fairfield Theater Company. Saturday, June 21st, James Blunt at Foxwoods. Thursday, June 26th, the Beach Boys are also at Foxwoods Resort Casino. Sunday, June 29th, it's James Arthur at Mohegan Sun. Sunday, July 6th, Counting Crows at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Tuesday, July 8th, it's Rick Springfield at the Amp. Friday, July 11th, Daryl Hall at Foxwoods. Sunday, July 13th, you've got Lumineers at Mohegan Sun and Michael Franti and Spearhead at Levitt Pavilion. Friday, July 18th, Blues Traveler, Jim Blossom, Spin Doctors, all at Toyota Oakdale Theater.
The Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of our 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Republican State Senate member Rob Sampson. Yes, Rob is a right-wing firebrand. We often have him here on the program. Well, he has talked about maybe filibustering the housing bill to try and kill it all together in a special session. Well, House Speaker Matt Ritter today on CTN and chatting with reporters up at the Capitol, but I think including our own Mike Cerulli, not too happy with that apparently. Go away, we got that.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, no,
Thanks
we
for
don't.
being here.
That's not what we want. No. I promise. I will have that coming. Gosh darn it. I went all week without hitting the without hitting the wrong button. So I promise you I will make good on that and give you something that will make you laugh and giggle once we hit the news. Chris Caruso is going to be with us after the news at 1:15 the hour, 5:15. Chris will give us his thoughts on what's going on in Hartford. The fact now we're going to get in this special session. Now, this is going to be interesting because the governor has said he wants some changes made to this housing bill, and it doesn't sound like, at least from all the statements that have been kind of litigated in the media here on forums like this and local news and the online forums and shows like this, doesn't sound like this is going to be all kumbaya tea and biscuits here. Now, good politics usually isn't. So what's the governor want? Well, he said he wants to get some of these arbitrary numbers out of the bill. I don't think he's too happy with some of the parking provisions as well. Now, again, he hasn't told me this personally, but this is just stuff that you can tell. And he says it all the time. He wants more of a carrot proposal versus a stick proposal. By the way, why is it carrot and stick? Why isn't it lettuce and stick? Is anybody radish? What about, being nice to people and using a radish and stick proposal? We never do that, do we? It's always carrot and stick. Okay. I don't know. What about cucumber and stick? What am I missing here? Tomato, and stick. Number to call if you want to jump in here on this merry adventure of ours, or text me, talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. One more big hour to go. Latest on the escalating violence between Israel and Iran right now.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Israel has responded to Iran firing ballistic missiles at it with a new attack. CBS News contributor Robert Berger in Jerusalem says Israel got important help intercepting those Iranian missiles.
We do have confirmation now from the Israeli defense minister that the U.S. was involved in helping down some of these missiles that were fired from Iran. And that's what we've seen now. This is the third Iranian attack on Israel.
President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke by phone today. CBS's Olivia Gazis says for now, Israel has confined its attacks to Iranian military targets. But
if the Israelis do start to target other types of Iranian infrastructure, financial institutions or things of that nature, if it goes beyond the nuclear program, then that risks broadening the conflict in general, because the Iranians will aim to retaliate in similar fashion.
The UN nuclear chief says Israeli strikes have destroyed the above-ground portion of Iran's main nuclear facility. CBS News business reporter Jason Brooks says the conflict has pushed oil prices up and stocks down.
U.S. benchmark crude soared higher by about $5 to its highest level since January, while stocks were under heavy pressure from the Israel-Iran conflict. 25% of the world's crude supplies are shipped through the Strait of Hormuz and are vulnerable to potential Iranian attacks.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he has ordered increased security in the city's Israeli and Persian communities.
We are praying for peace in the region, and we're preparing for safety in our city.
The death toll from record flooding in San Antonio, Texas has now risen to 11. Officials say others are missing. Desert areas of Southern California, Southern Nevada, and a large part of Arizona are in for a stretch of extreme heat, says CBS News correspondent Jim Crisula.
High temperatures will be between 105 and 110 degrees for several days in places including metro areas of Las Vegas, Phoenix, and Tucson. Sergio Armendariz with the Phoenix Rescue Mission has been on the streets checking on the homeless in the intense heat.
Oh, it's brutal. Some people call it an oven, just with the concrete. The sun's, it's dangerous, and it's really
brutal out here.
Temperatures will be well above 100 degrees every day for the next week in Death Valley, California. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Marines in full combat gear have deployed as ordered to the nation's second largest city, says CBS's Nidia Cavazos.
200 Marines are moving into Los Angeles to protect federal property and personnel, joining National Guard troops there. But the head of the military operation emphasized they will not participate in law enforcement activities.
The Dow closed down almost 2% today. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Attorney Kent Mawhinney struck a deal with prosecutors today in the Jennifer Dulos murder case. He entered a guilty plea to a reduced charge of interfering with an officer this morning and was sentenced to time served. Mawhinney was the friend and lawyer of the late Fotis Dulos, who was accused of killing his estranged wife, Jennifer, before he committed suicide. His girlfriend, Michelle Traconis, who was also a friend of Mawhinney, was sentenced to 20 years in prison for helping Dulos kill and hide the body of Jennifer, which has never been found. A Bridgeport man is accused of smoking marijuana while he was driving a car with a gun inside the vehicle in Norwalk. Police pulled over a Tesla driven by 29-year-old Kirk Thomas on Hendricks Avenue yesterday morning. Officers say they quickly determined that Thomas was smoking marijuana as he drove. A pistol was then located in the car. Thomas is charged with DUI, carrying a firearm while under the influence, and traffic offenses. A surveillance video has been released showing the arrest of a woman in front of her 2 children by ICE agents in New Haven. Nancy Martinez and her children had just entered her car in the Hill neighborhood on Monday when 3 unmarked vehicles blocked them in. Martinez was then taken from the vehicle and handcuffed, and a family member came outside to help the children. New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker says the arrest was appalling and inhumane. Many Connecticut shoreline beaches remain closed today. Swimming was banned at multiple beaches yesterday because of elevated levels of bacteria in the water. Beaches impacted by the bacteria issue included Sherwood Island and Campo beaches in Westport and Calf Pasture Beach in Norwalk. All beaches in West Haven are also closed until further notice. Runoff from recent heavy rains is the suspected cause. The beaches will be able to reopen for swimming when testing shows that bacteria has dropped below acceptable levels. And the band Yes is planning a tour and will be kicking things off here in Connecticut. The Fragile Tour 2025 gets underway this fall, and the current lineup of the band will be playing their 1971 album Fragile in its entirety. The 30-show tour begins October 1st at the Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford. Tickets are available through pre-sale at Ticketmaster. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway, southbound Norwalk, accident reported at the Route 7 merge. On 95 north an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. The Upper Merritt is definitely your best bet. New Haven, 95 south, congestion delays through Long Wharf into West Haven. And northbound, you have it coming back through Milford as well. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound side, heavy congestion delays through Hamden down into the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84, eastbound, a slow ride through Newtown into exit 11. Traffic report powered by the Feast of St. Anthony's. St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue in Bridgeport is the place to be this weekend. Attend Bridgeport's original Italian festival, the Feast of St. Anthony, this weekend, 2325 Park Ave in Bridgeport. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with low near 60. Cloudy with the showers tomorrow with a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, you know that Republican State Senate member Rob Sampson is an often guest here on the radio station, especially with me and Melissa and Lisa. And listen, Rob is a very passionate guy. Very conservative, I would think, out of the Republican members of the state Senate and the Republican members of the state House. I think if you're grading the conservatism of many members of the General Assembly, it spans all the way to people who would be categorized and are categorized online. I'm not going to go into names here, but there are some people who are often yelled at by Republicans in the state as being rhinos, Republicans in name only, working too much with Democrats, and you have centrist Republicans, and then on the probably, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying this, I'm sure people would see Rob as one of the more conservative members, maybe, I don't know, the most conservative member of the entire Republican caucus in beautiful Hartford up there under the dome. Well, I guess, Rob, and I'm laughing because I just love the way people on the far right and far left get under the centrist skin. I'm laughing here because I guess Rob has maybe alluded to putting up some speed bumps, shall we say, when the General Assembly has to get back into special session to figure out this entire mess with this housing bill. And Rob spoke on this program about his dislike for the bill. I think he was on with Lisa a few weeks ago, whatever. So Matt Ritter was asked by Mike Cerulli, our own Mike Cerulli. Catch the Mike Cerulli Show, by the way, tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. right here on WICC. Mike also, of course, primarily of News 8. He asked Matt Ritter a question. I guess this came today. The sound was sent to me, and the person sending it said, hey, listen to this answer. So you'll hear our own Mike Cerulli talk to Matt Ritter about what he will do if, in fact, our pal Rob Sampson tries to step in and maybe just kind of slow the proceedings down just a wee bit.
But are you at all worried about the prospect that if you come back into special session, that you might be confronted with a similar filibuster that took place on the last night of session and chewed up some additional progress on education?
It's hard to filibuster a special session because it doesn't end, right? We can call ourselves in and then gavel out of the special session. So I'm not looking to relitigate the legislative session, but there's a handful of bills. I'll be a little more pointed in my comments. How about that? Senator Sampson has made this comment that he's sort of the king of the last 2 days. Well, I'm going to show him he's not the king of anything, and that when we come into special session, we can still do bills that he blocks. And I take particularly offense when they're blocking bills that pass 150 to 1. That's not using your discretion and power in a judicious manner. Representative Candelora never does that. If the Senate passes it 36 to nothing and his members have no problem, he lets us call that bill in the last day. He filibusters things, true philosophical objections. Stuff was getting killed up there just willy-nilly for no reason. So when we come into special session, we'll send a kind message that when you do that, we have remedies and responses, and they'll be swift and they'll be effective.
Oh, we have remedies and responses, and they'll be swift and they'll be effective. Yeah, love it. Let's go. It's Stanley Cup playoffs. You saw Florida and Edmonton went at it the other day, right? A lot of haymakers thrown up there. Let's do it, huh? Jeez. Yes, Rob's getting under the skin there. The majority Democrats. Listen, I understand what Matt Ritter is saying, but hey, oof, boy, I got to tell you, they are the Democratic caucus. You can tell. You can just tell with comments like that, with some of the social media posts, directed at CT 169 strong and stuff like that. Boy, you can just tell. We are entering interesting territory with this housing bill. Lots of anger up there. Our next guest, Chris Caruso, I'm sure he's chomping at the bit to talk about that and more as we continue right here on a Friday edition of Connecticut Today.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway, southbound Norwalk, accident reported at the Route 7 merge. On 95 north an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. The Upper Merritt is definitely your best bet. New Haven, 95 south, congestion delays through Long Wharf into West Haven. And northbound, you have it coming back through Milford as well. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound side, heavy congestion delays through Hamden down into the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84, eastbound, a slow ride through Newtown into exit 11. Traffic report powered by the Feast of St. Anthony's. St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue in Bridgeport is the place to be this weekend. Attend Bridgeport's original Italian festival, the Feast of St. Anthony, this weekend, 2325 Park Ave in Bridgeport. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with the showers arriving after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow and a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'll be a little more pointed in my comments. How about that? Senator Sampson has made this comment that he's sort of the king of the last 2 days. Well, I'm going to show him he's not the king of anything, and that when we come into special session, we can still do bills that he blocks. And I take particularly offense when they're blocking bills that pass 150 to 1. That's not using your discretion and power in a judicious manner. Representative Candelora never does that. If the Senate passes it 36 to nothing and his members have no problem, he lets us call that bill in the last day. He filibusters things, true philosophical objections. Stuff is getting killed up there just willy-nilly for no reason. So when we come into special session, we'll send a kind message that when you do that, we have remedies and responses, and they'll be swift and they'll be effective.
Oofa, how about that? Chris Caruso, how are you? Hey, listen, was Matt Ritter channeling his inner Lowell Weicker? What the heck was that about? Wow, your old buddy, your old pal, Chris, Lowell Weicker.
Exactly right. Yep, exactly right. I liked Lowell, I'll be honest with you. You know, some people didn't, but frankly, he did a lot for Bridgeport when he was in, and he was thoughtful about the city. So I've always had an affection for him.
Yeah.
Didn't agree on income tax and several of the issues, but as far as a person who kept his word for Bridgeport, he did that.
Yeah, but Speaker Ritter there, boy, Chris, a lot of and you've heard me on the show, the finger pointing, not just at the Capitol, but pointing at housing groups and this nonprofit and that. Boy, this housing bill. Chris, in your time up there, before being up there, watching it since then, have you ever seen anything like this with a piece of legislation here?
No, and it seems more and more that I get to learn about Matt Ritter. He has a sharp edge to him.
Mm-hmm.
I served under his father when his father was the Speaker of the House. Different approach to things. It's never good, though, to, kind of threaten people, fellow colleagues. It just never works out. And I think you always have to be careful with that. I just don't think it's a good practice, especially the Speaker of the House. He's in an elevated position within the government, and I think he's got to be careful. If he's going to do something that he's claiming about Senator Sampson, you do that quietly. You don't give the guy the game plan before it starts. So
and Chris, this bill, I tell you, the emotions over this. Even the governor saying, Chris, and I'm paraphrasing, saying, well, I should have been more involved, and there's too many numbers here. I get what he's saying, but I also get why the members of his party, whether the governor's right or wrong, they must be sitting back there with their jaws on the floor.
Well, the truth be told, though, is that the numbers in the House and the Senate were very close. I think 8 more votes in the House could have defeated the bill. Mm-hmm. And in the Senate, probably about, 6 or 7
It was 20 to 15 with 1 abstention, and the Democrats who voted, Kathy Austin, Heron Gaston, Sujata Gadkar Wilcoxon, Joan Hartley voted no.
Yeah, and that's unusual. Joan Hartley, for many times, usually in some cases, votes against the party. She has a constituency that is a little bit more conservative than other cities, even though she represents Waterbury. But for the others, that was really telling. And there had to be issues in the bill that just wouldn't sit well with their constituents. And I think that's the case. So, because the numbers weren't high enough, it's now put the governor in a position where he could veto the bill. And I remember we spoke about that. Yeah. Originally, it looked like he was going to vote for it, sign it, I should say, make it law. But then recently, he's been having a change of heart. And I think primarily because he's getting now a lot of pushback from the towns throughout the state. And in particular, I think and I'm not sure, I think it was Burlington, where both Democratic and Republican leadership of that town, in a bipartisan way, sent a letter in opposition to 5002. So now the governor's between a rock and a hard place. What does he do with his own party? But at the same time, what does he do with the pushback from the various towns and cities throughout the state? He's trying to, I think, try to go halfway on this, in the middle, where he's saying, hey, over the next 2 weeks, he has to veto the bill, I think, by June 30th. Over the next 2 weeks, if the legislature goes in and makes changes to the bill, then he'll sign it. If they don't, then he'll veto it. And that's what that special session's about. The only word of caution is that I really believe the legislature got the attention of every town and city in the state of Connecticut.
Yeah.
I really think they did. So my feeling is don't sign the bill this time, veto it, and then come back in a session, special session, and work through the differences. I believe that many of the towns and cities, if they had an opportunity to sit down and be represented at the discussion at the table, I think they'll make the changes that will work for those cities and towns and for the legislature. But I also don't think it's a good idea to press an issue too far unless you know you have the strength and support to make it go. And the other thing, as I mentioned last week, before I left ended my comments on your program, was that the governor's facing election if he runs again. And don't forget, in the last election, he won. It was a very close race against his Republican opponent. And the small towns and the suburbs actually carried the day for him because the city turnout was low. So he runs the risk if he runs again, and frankly, not just him, but if a Democrat runs, which there will be a Democrat no matter who that is, that's going to be an issue that's going to haunt them. So it may be better veto it, bring everyone to the table and work out the differences, and in special session, pass a bill that works. And I think that's the way to do it. But again, I'm not advising the governor, but I think he is listening. I think he's thinking of vetoing it. He's in a hard spot right now. But if he vetoes it, the truth is the party can't override it. There's not enough votes in the House and
the
Senate.
gap isn't there. And Chris, you mentioned, and again, I think a lot of people picked up on what you said initially, especially for cities like Bridgeport, the on-street parking issue, which is, you're going to live here and you're going to park 4 blocks down, and you love that coming back at 3 a.m. in the middle of the night.
Yeah. And if you've read about pedestrians getting hit, many of them are elderly people. So I could see, let's say they pull up in front of this apartment building on East Main Street. 74 units, 6 stories high, no parking. And they park on the street, double park to get their groceries out. Some comes by and hits them. So you're going to see those things. And you're right, at 2, 3 in the morning, who's going to want to walk 3 blocks to get into your apartment, right? And it's not just because of the city. It could be any community, right? Why would you walk that far and then pay a top dollar for affordable housing? There's places in Trumbull, for example, from what I heard, it's like $3,500 a month. And it's right near the 15. Some units are even higher than that. And it's right near 15. But guess what? They have parking. And that's what makes it attractive. People can go into their apartment units. From what I understand, most of the units have been are rented now. And it's comfortable living. But you can't have no minimum parking requirement because developers will come in, and many are coming in from out of state. They'll build the units. They'll save money because they don't have to provide parking. They'll flip the units to another owner, and then that just perpetuates. There's no parking. There's no quality of life. And the other issue is that some towns are close to meeting their requirement for affordable housing, the goal that they have for their towns.
830G,
so why penalize them? I believe that there's a need for affordable housing. Bridgeport has done the lion's share of it within this region. I'm sure we could do more. However, we shouldn't carry the whole burden. And yet surrounding towns are meeting their goals too. So, again, that has to be looked at in the overall scheme of things. The other concern, Paul, is you have a glut of affordable housing units. And it's arguable whether they're affordable or not, but let's say you have a glut of that. What you're going to see is these units being empty, people couldn't afford them because of the rates, and then you're going to have a problem like that existing. So you'll have abandoned units and everything else. So, I think we've got to be careful because I think many times we say, we need more housing. We need this. And for the moment, you may do that, but down the road, the need may not be as demanding as it is today.
Absolutely. Chris Caruso. Chris, always good to hear from you. Have a wonderful weekend, my friend. We'll chat back next week.
And, Paul, could I just be one pitch? Could I?
Sure.
This weekend is the Feast of St. Anthony at St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue. go to it. If you want an old-fashioned Italian feast, that's the one you go to.
Yeah.
Tremendous food. The parishioners are very involved. If your dad's still alive, take him to the feast. Children should take their dad. It's a great way to spend a weekend and go out and support the church and the community.
Wait, Chris, you said there's going to be food at an Italian feast? Really?
You better call. They have the pizza frita, and if my aunt was alive, or my grandma, my mother, what you pay today for pizza frita?
Oh, they be going motto and ufa.
I know, but their pizza frita are large, and it's a tradition for that community, and the sausage and peppers out of this world. It's just a really great festival. Go down and enjoy it.
Excellent.
Yep.
Chris, take care, my friend. Be good.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Yeah, we were running. You hear the commercials for it right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway, southbound Norwalk accident reported at the Route 7 merge on 95 north an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. The Upper Merritt is definitely your best bet. New Haven, 95 south, congestion delays through Long Wharf into West Haven, and northbound you have it coming back through Milford as well. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound side, heavy congestion delays through Hamden down into the West Rock Tunnel, and on 84 eastbound a slow ride through Newtown into exit 11. Traffic report powered by the Feast of St. Anthony's. St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue in Bridgeport is the place to be this weekend. Attend Bridgeport's original Italian festival, the Feast of St. Anthony, this weekend, 2325 Park Ave in Bridgeport. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow with a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult 19 to 49 with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protectyourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
Most protein bars are packed with sugar, carbs, and unpronounceable ingredients. There's a much better option. I'm Will, and I crafted IQ Bar plant protein bars with clean, functional, delicious ingredients to empower doers like you with superior brain and body fuel.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text IQ Bar to 64,000. That's IQ Bar to 64,000.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Special Report. The fighting between Israel and Iran helped push the Dow down 1.8% today. CBS's Jason Brooks.
U.S. benchmark crude soared higher by about $5 to its highest level since January, while stocks were under heavy pressure from the Israel-Iran conflict. 25% of the world's crude supplies are shipped through the Strait of Hormuz.
As Iran launched missiles at Israel today, Israel launched a new attack on Iran. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
The regime doesn't know what hit them. They don't know what will hit them.
Netanyahu said Israel is not attacking Iranian civilians. CBS's Olivia Gazis.
He was very careful to specify that the targets that the Israelis have gone after thus far were military in nature, were nuclear scientists related to the nuclear program. Although there are reports of civilian casualties, there have been no civilian targets thus far that we are aware of involved in the Israelis' campaign.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Connecticut state senator is safe but stuck in Iraq after Israel opened fire on nearby Iran. The South Windsor Democrat, Saad Anwar, says he and his wife have been in the country for several days, learning about the people and their country. However, when they tried to heed an advisory urging U.S. citizens to leave, the airspace had already been shut down. In a social media update, Anwar said that they are safe but are looking forward to getting back home. A 21-year-old Hamden man has died after a motorcycle crash on Interstate 95 in Milford. Police say Jose Phoebus Rivera was riding on I-95 northbound just after 12 noon yesterday when he apparently failed to negotiate a curve of the exit 38 off-ramp. The motorcycle left the road and hit a metal post and sand barrels before coming to a rest down an embankment. Phoebus Rivera was pronounced dead at the scene. I-95 North was closed between exits 37 and 38 for hours after the crash, snarling traffic in the area throughout the afternoon. The Fairfield Police Department announced this morning that 3 of the individuals that took part in a street takeover at the Stop and Shop parking lot last month have been arrested.
All 3 of those vehicles have been located, seized, and are currently held in our impound lot as evidence. Just as important, the individuals responsible for those reckless actions have also been arrested.
The incident involved over 75 vehicles, with the drivers and spectators of the illegal event likely coordinating through social media. Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber praised the work of local officers in prioritizing public safety while also apprehending the suspects.
Our officers showed great mental toughness and maturity. Their meticulous training allowed them to, in the midst of a tense situation, think clearly and make the appropriate risk-benefit assessments.
Sikorsky Memorial Airport in Stratford is still owned by the city of Bridgeport. The city has been hoping to sell the airport for the past 4 years, but so far nothing has happened. Mayor Joe Ganem's administration is still hoping to sell the airport to the Connecticut Airport Authority, according to Daniel Roach, a Ganem aide. 4 years ago, the Ganem administration had been hoping to use $4 million from the sale of the airport to balance the 2022-2023 budget. Mayor Ganem also included $3 million in his budget presentation to the city council this year as well, but still no sale. The city had been negotiating a deal with the CAA in 2023 for them to purchase the airport for $10 million, but that deal fell through. The CAA believes Sikorsky has a lot of potential to make upgrades and return to regular passenger service, but CAA Executive Director Michael Shea said his agency does not have a funding source to move ahead with an acquisition. A decision was made yesterday at a meeting of the Connecticut Site Council to not install new monopoles along the northbound side of Metro North. The installation of these monopoles would have impacted areas of Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong said that both UI and the Site Council have acted without the necessary amount of transparency and availability for public feedback through the process.
Never had a public hearing about evaluation of moving from the south side to the north side. It did not notify the impacted neighbors and businesses that would be affected. So that was one of the big reasons that led the court to remand the decision to review it.
UI will now have to make a new proposal for a future monopole installation. State and local police are working with protesters to get ready for this weekend's No Kings protests. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Ed McKeon from the protest group Indivisible about how organizers are making sure that Connecticut's rallies don't escalate to the level of those in Los Angeles.
We are working in cooperation with the city and the police department. They will have people here. They understand exactly what we want.
There are protests planned in over 30 cities across Connecticut this weekend, including in Stamford. Michelle Abt from Indivisible Stamford says that one of the protesters' primary fears is that the president is moving the country towards a dictatorship.
As the Trump administration continues to consolidate power in the executive branch and essentially undo the checks and balances of our democratic government, it's clear that he thinks he's a king and he's acting like a king, and Congress isn't checking him, so the people are going to have to.
The rally in Stamford will take place this Saturday at noon in front of the courthouse. Hartford area Congressman John Larson is outraged over the rough treatment of California Senator Alex Padilla. He tried to ask a question at a news conference with U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem when he was aggressively pushed from the room by law enforcement and detained. The video of the arrest has been released, and Larson says the assault of Senator Padilla should alarm every American. He says the Trump administration is trying to intimidate opponents, but they will not stop standing up to his abuses of power. Spirit Airlines has launched new service between Bradley International Airport and Detroit Metro Airport. The inaugural flight left the Windsor Locks Airport yesterday morning for Michigan. Spirit has also announced that it will launch nonstop service between Bradley and Nashville International Airport in August. Spirit also has flights between Bradley and Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And tomorrow is the 21st annual Connecticut Open House Day. Museums, cultural attractions, restaurants, and other locations around the state are offering deals and discounts today to recognize the event. Governor Ned Lamont is also holding an open house at the governor's residence in Hartford. A complete list of the over 200 locations participating in the event can be found on the Connecticut Office of Tourism website. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident, exit 21 as things backed up through Westport. Parkway northbound congestion delays from Route 7 going into no man's land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 south jamming through Longworth into West Haven, and 84 eastbound. Plenty of company through Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with the showers arriving after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow and a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Couple of social media posts to talk about here. One, including one of our two members of the U.S. Senate, the most exclusive debating club in the world. Chris Murphy here. Mr. Murphy, last night, even as the bombs were starting to fall on Iran, because those Iranians are such, the leadership of Iran, they're so nice. Keeping their people under an iron thumb, subjugating them, killing a woman because she didn't wear her burqa properly. But I guess, you never hear from Chris Murphy on those. You never hear from a lot of, never mind Connecticut. You never hear from the entire Democratic Party on that. If a Republican calls that out, well, you're anti-Muslim, you're anti-Islam. Really? That's why one of my favorite groups is Queers for Palestine. Try being queer in the Middle East. Do it. Wave a, do me a favor. Try and wave, well, I really don't want you to do this because they may kill you. Try and wave a rainbow flag in the Middle East. You know the one country you can do it in without any fear? Israel. That makes me laugh. Queers for Palestine. Stop it. People don't realize what a cesspool of terrorism Iran is. Not the good Iranian people who want these dirt bags out as soon as possible. Hopefully Israel's assisting in that right now. But when I talk about that, I mean the leadership here. But this is what Chris Murphy said. If you're just joining me, I posted this earlier. This came from Connecticut U.S. Senator Chris Murphy last night at about 10 after 10. Now, okay, if he wants to say this, fine. I have trouble with the material part of his statement here, but hey, Chris, can you pump the brakes on this? The free world is not hanging on your every word. Trust me, they're not. Here's a quote from Chris Murphy. And by the way, if you think I'm wrong, call up, fire away. That's fine. We can discuss this. Quote, Israel's attack on Iran, clearly intended to scuttle the Trump administration's negotiations with Iran, risks a regional war that will likely be catastrophic for America and is further evidence of how little respect world powers, including our own allies, have for President Trump. Iran would not be this close to possessing a nuclear weapon if Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu had not forced America out of the nuclear agreement with Iran that had brought Europe, Russia, and China together behind the U.S. to successfully contain Iran's nuclear ambitions. We are good friends in Russia and China. This is a disaster of Trump and Netanyahu's own making, and now the region is risk spiraling toward a new deadly conflict. A war between Israel and Iran may be good for Netanyahu's domestic politics, but it will likely be disastrous as both for security of Israel and the U.S. and the rest of the region. How does he know that? Well, why, Senator, if he was here and he, God, it was weeks of arm twisting to get him to come on with Lisa for 10 minutes a couple week or so ago when he was walking across the state. But, man, I love to ask him. What if Israel just destroys Iran's capacity to export terrorism and make war? Is that a bad idea? Mind-numbing. Can you at least wait? Apparently he couldn't. Because he's worried about Iran's capacity for a nuclear bomb and to stop that. Is he worried about their funding of Hezbollah? Is he worried about their funding of Hamas? Is he worried about the Iranian money that flows to the Houthi rebels, who just about on every weekend are lobbing missiles at U.S. military ships and other shipping vessels in nearby waters? Is he worried about that? Seems a lot more worried about the intentions of Benjamin Netanyahu than he is about, Iran's terror network, that if you ask anybody who has the least amount of acuity in international relations, they will tell you how far and wide it goes. This is comical. Am I wrong here? You okay with what Chris Murphy said, embarrassing us as a state? Couldn't wait a day or two to see how things are shaking out? What's he worried about? That Netanyahu may have gotten it right? Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Maybe things will get a whole hell of a lot worse. Maybe he's right. But what's wrong with pumping the brakes and waiting? But you know what? If you pump the brakes and wait, that's less the algorithm will do for your 2028 White House run.
Just a heads up, hurricane season in Connecticut starts June 1st, but who's counting? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. This is what I do. I tell the news, but I also want to give you the heads up that if you are not ready for storm season and the potential damage it could do to your trees on your property, I want to get you connected to the people that I use at my house, and that's K&J Tree Service. Right now, my friends at K&J Tree Service are offering an exclusive storm sale to help safeguard your home and property. The team of certified arborists at K&J Tree Service, they've got you covered, and they'll show up in emergencies on weekends and holidays. During their storm sale, K&J Tree Service is now offering special discounts. Call them today at 203-248-TREE or go to their website to schedule a free risk assessment. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE. 203-248-TREE or go to their website to schedule a free risk assessment. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% 20% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident, exit 21 as things backed up through Westport. Parkway northbound congestion delays from Route 7 going into no man's land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven, and 84 eastbound. Plenty of company through Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening. Showers arrive after midnight with low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow with a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
A couple of more things as we wrap up here. By the way, 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. By the way, thank you for somebody who gave me a little info here. Remember I said earlier, talking about the housing story, and Governor Ned Lamont saying he wants more carrot than stick. And I said, there's got to be a reason why it's carrot. Why isn't it cucumber and stick, right? Why isn't it, I think we have to redo this bill. I want more zucchini than stick. Why isn't it zucchini? I think the bill would be great if we just incorporate more things for cities and towns. You know what I mean? More radish than stick. This person texted in, thank you so much. The origin, Paul, of carrot and stick originates from horses and donkeys and using a stick to motivate them to move versus holding a carrot to motivate them. Originally from 1800s in England, according to Google. Well, thank you. Now, yes, I could have Googled that, but thank you for doing one less thing, or doing one thing that I didn't have to do, to giving me one less thing to do. There you go. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again now, we talked about this early in the week. There were people, some people on social media saying, oh, my God, the ICE agents raided a grammar school graduation. No, they didn't. And this is and I say this to people on the right and the left. Whenever you see something that's in the least bit provocative online, assume it's crap. I'm serious. Assume it's not real until you check it out. News release here from LAUSD, the LA Unified School District. We are aware of recent rumors circulating on social media regarding immigration enforcement activities at the fifth grade culmination ceremony. What the hell is a culmination ceremony? Anyway, at the Gratz Learning Academy for Young Scholars, these claims are false. LA Unified continues to work closely with school leaders, safety teams, and community partners during this unprecedented time. So there you go. So this whole thing, and again, it turned out to be a guy who did a social media post, and he was crying, and they believed him. This guy was in full-on bullcrap crime move. They just took the children. Oh my God! Some days I wish we could go back to the. And I know companies make money off it, and I use it too. But my God, wouldn't it be just great to go back to no social media, even for a day or so? Have the government just shut it down. Today you're clearing your heads. We'll turn it back on tomorrow. My God. And let me leave you with this. This is one of my pet peeves. You know this. Lawmakers who should, whether it's in a city or town here in Connecticut, whether it's at the State House or State Capitol, State Senate, or D.C., have you been following this? Now, the District of Columbia has a non-voting member of the House, Eleanor Holmes Norton. And you may say, well, yeah, she's been there forever. Yeah, has she been there forever? Yes, she has. And this is a fascinating read here. It's popped up over the last few days. She's 88. And she's making she has rumblings of running again. Now, I have to say this and it's not like she's sharp as a tack. Apparently she had a car accident or two 10 years ago. She is supposedly out of it. Here's what I wonder, and I know it can be intoxicating. She's been there forever. Maybe I will get there and I'll understand it. Thank God, knock on wood, I can still do this. But what must it be like knowing that you're clinging to something at almost 90 years old that I guess defines you as a person? In other words, if I were her, and I'm not, I wasn't Strom Thurmond, who was there forever. I'm not Charles Grassley, who's almost 94. I'm not like Mitch McConnell, who's 83. And you know how I feel about these people. Go away. Go home. That's enough. Stop it. But can you imagine what it must be like, for example, in Delegate Norton's case, to be there at 88 years old and to think you should still have that job? If you have any, and she's a non-voting member, she really doesn't have any power. So what is it, a soft gig? Does she have no money saved? Maybe, I guess. I don't know. 4 Washington, D.C. council members expressed concern over Norton running for re-election in a recent Washington Post article that describes episodes of her looking feeble in public and diminished in private. Under fire from Republican intervention, Christina Henderson told the Post, quote, "I just feel like the past few months we've been behind." You're 88. Please, with all the love in the world, stop. This is part of the problem with our politics. I guess it becomes, I don't know, I've never been in that position. I guess the power and the perks and everybody shaking your hand and the meetings that everybody wants with you and the press and the media requests for availabilities, I guess it must be, folks, a level of intoxication that folks like you and I can never experience. I mean, maybe if you're a star athlete, but even if you're an athlete, you're generally done by the time you're 35. Okay, maybe you go on and do media in your local city, or you go on talk radio. A lot of sports talk radio hosts are former athletes in some way, shape, or form. But you're generally done playing most high-level competitive professional sports 35. Maybe 40 in some spots. And you go coach. A lot of these guys you read go back to their high school, and they love coaching young players and whatever. They do a commentary on a local radio station. Maybe they do regional TV, whatever, for 40 or 50 games a year. But can you imagine being a legislator who stays in the job till you're in your upper 70s, early 80s, mid 80s? Well, if they're sharp, Paul, stop. It's being selfish. In response to Axios' interview request, Norton's office released a lengthy statement. "I've delivered better results than the vast majority of federal lawmakers, despite not having a vote on the House floor and without partners in the Senate who are accountable to DC." Oh, stop. Stop it. You're 88. You're 88. Maybe it's the only thing you have in your life. I get it. I understand it. But you're 88. And you've got Mitch McConnell at his age. You've got Chuck Grassley at his age. All these geriatrics. Enough. Decades and decades. Enough. Get out. Get out. You're not indispensable. No one is. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident, exit 21 as things backed up through Westport. Parkway northbound congestion delays from Route 7 going into no man's land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven, and 84 eastbound. Plenty of company through Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with the showers arriving after midnight with a low near 60. Cloudy with showers tomorrow and a high of 70. Sunday, cloudy with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
If there's one thing we'd all like to learn, it's how to make our retirement more predictable. You need to make your money last in retirement. And David Gagnon of First Financial Planners can tell you how to do just that.
Comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, here on WICC 600.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And again, I'm not hammering Eleanor Holmes Norton because of who she is, but listen to some of this stuff. This is pure idiocy. What set off the firecracker in D.C. City Hall was the senior advisor to the mayor of D.C., Muriel Bowser. So you've seen Muriel Bowser out and about. She's the mayor of Washington. Okay. So Beverly Perry is Muriel Bowser's senior advisor. She said, and I'm not laughing. Well, I am, because it's so preposterous. She thinks that Eleanor Holmes Norton, who is 88, is in declining health. Okay. Guess what? Anybody who's 88, to some way, shape, or form, is in declining health. We don't hear 88 and he's fit as a fiddle. He's running a 5K run. No. Man, oh, man. Term limits. Well, Paul, if somebody's really good, I don't like term limits. Well, too bad. Well, it's just too bad. You can't be an airline pilot after a certain age. You shouldn't be doing heart surgery. Why should you be making laws? Folks, have a great weekend. Happy Father's Day to all the dads. Chris, thank you.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Israel isn't letting up in its attacks on Iranian nuclear sites. After Iran fired about 100 ballistic missiles into Israel today, Israel attacked Iran again. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
The regime doesn't know what hit them. They don't know what will hit them.
American officials say the U.S. military helped Israel intercept the Iranian missiles. But CBS News contributor Robert Berger says some of the missiles did evade Israeli defenses.
100 missiles were fired at Israel from Iran, according to the military, in 2 salvos.
and several were able to evade Israeli and American defenses. So that's the big concern. Even if you have a 90% success rate in stopping these missiles, some can get through. And a ballistic missile from Iran carries 2,000 pounds of explosives.
Some Israelis have been injured. The question now is whether the Israeli attacks accomplish their goal or if Iran will come out of this stronger. Here's CBS's Olivia Gazis.
We don't know whether Israeli actions are successful in eliminating Iran's capabilities to create a nuclear bomb or accelerate them, whether they are a death blow to the existing regime or whether they invigorate it.
Protests are planned nationwide tomorrow to push back against Trump administration policies, including in Portland, Oregon, where Mayor Keith Wilson welcomes them.
We encourage the protesters tomorrow. We encourage the message that we're going to send to the nation that this is how you care for your community.
CBS's Ed O'Keefe says thousands of troops are in the nation's capital for tomorrow's planned parade, celebrating the Army's 250th birthday.
6,600 soldiers, more than 24 tanks, dozens of armored fighting vehicles, and choppers.
This is a great opportunity to showcase our soldiers to the nation.
D.C. hasn't seen something like this since 1991, when the nation marked the end of the first Gulf War.
Forecasters say heavy rain and thunderstorms are possible. A political consultant accused of using AI robocalls in New Hampshire's 2024 presidential primary has been found not guilty.
Stephen Kramer admitted he orchestrated the message that sounded just like then-President Joe Biden.
Your vote makes a difference in November, not this Tuesday.
He had been charged with voter suppression and impersonating a candidate, but says his intention was to raise an alarm on the dangers of AI and expose the need for regulations on the use of artificial intelligence in political campaigns. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
The Israel-Iran conflict pushed stocks sharply lower today, and the U.S. benchmark crude jumped to its highest level since January. The Dow closed down almost 2%. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business with Progressive and get 24/7 coverage. See if you can save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are. You're listening to a Melissa in the Morning Rewind. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. It's time for another Melissa in the Morning Scam Alert on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Have you come across a message when you're shopping online that says your order could be delayed thanks to tariffs? Be aware, it could be a scam. Joining us now is Kristen Johnson of the Better Business Bureau serving Connecticut. And tell me a little bit more about this, Kristen. I tell you, scammers, they'll think of everything.
Yeah, good morning. Well, tariffs have been in the news, and scammers pay attention to those kinds of things. And so it's pretty easy, unfortunately, to fall for something like this. It's not uncommon to get an email that your product is delayed for different reasons, but now the latest excuse is tariffs. We're just starting to see these reports come in after people say that they ordered something a couple of months ago and still haven't received those items. They're getting emails that say there's a delay, your item is stuck in customs, and in some cases they're asking for more money, telling people in order to get their product out of customs and shipped to them that they have to pay more.
So is this something that they're getting after they shopped, Kristen? I want to help people understand what to look out for. So let's say I'm shopping online. Doesn't matter who it is. I mean, it's certainly a reputable, you're hoping, credible company. You're buying, something and you check out. Fine, great. But then you get, what, an email or a text message? Like, where are they seeing this, hey, this could be delayed because of tariffs message?
Well, in the reports we're receiving, people aren't receiving their items, and so they're reaching out to the company that they bought the product from saying, hey, it's been a month, it's been 2 months, where's my item? And that's the response they're getting.
Oh,
Is you're going to have a little patience. Your item is stuck in customs, or there's an extra tariff you're going to have to pay in order to get your item just because of the change in the tariffs and the increase. However, typically in the United States, we don't have to pay for a tariff after we've bought the product. It would already be built into the price that you paid.
Right. So even if you are buying from, even if it's a third-party shop, which, first of all, I'm going to get to that in a second, but they would have already built that in. So, for example, like I buy from a lot of, again, they're reputable. I check them. I vet them because I have friends like you who help me to do that. But third-party, I'd say vendors who create things, dare I say, that are Disney-centric. I know you can appreciate that. So I like to buy from them. I like to shop, I guess you could call it local and use vendors. But if they're going to ship something, for example, if I've got, people who are in Florida or out in California who are sending me things that are, Disney-related but third-party made, they will build into the price, hey, shipping and this and the tax. They do that when they charge you at checkout. So that would be the same for if there were tariffs involved at all.
Yeah, it sounds like you're talking about crafters, homemade items.
Yes.
But anything that you buy, if it's the materials are costing more. We know everything costs more these days. That's already going to be passed on to the consumer before you buy the product. So if something you bought was $20, it might be $25 now. But once you buy it, it shouldn't be any different.
Right, because they already have, I mean, that's the thing is, even when you pre-order, a lot of the times they're going to say, if this looks like the prices are up, it's because the material that we are using, it cost us X amount more, so that had to come out of, charging people more. But again, that would be established ahead of time. So here's my question, Kristen Johnson, again, Better Business Bureau is here about this scam alert that could be happening to people. Is this are these reputable places, again, even if it's a craft kind of vendor, are they actually delayed because of this, or are they just sort of trying to make more money? I guess who should people be aware of? These aren't the Amazons of the world saying this, or are they?
No. These are scammers. These are people who have no intention of even sending what you purchase.
Okay, so these are not
these
vetted places.
Scams.
Okay.
Yeah, These are complete scams, and in most cases, people are finding them through social media.
Yes, that's
you
my
need to
concern.
know that scammers can purchase a sponsored ad on a social media platform just like legitimate businesses. It doesn't make them legitimate. So what's happening is people are clicking on these social media ads and then being taken to a fake website. We've talked about fake websites before, right? They use pictures from legitimate businesses. They make it look real. If you do a little extra research, you'll find out that other people have been scammed. You might find some grammatical or spelling errors. The URL might look very close to the real thing. Instead of Amazon, A-M-A-Z-O-N, it might be A-M-A-Z-E-N or something like that. So, the things that we always talk about, make sure it's an HTTPS, make sure there's a lock symbol, don't shop in the social media platform. That's another thing, that some social media platforms will actually let you shop within them, and that makes it even harder to figure out whether the business is legitimate. So what you want to do is do an internet search for the real company and go on that real website.
And the other thing, too, Kristen, when you talk about those ads before, you and I have talked about this, is I came across this a few years ago. I remember talking to you, there was an alleged sale of brand name, shoes. And I specifically remember seeing right around the holidays, UGG. not to name drop, but I thought, wow, 90% off Uggs. And I thought, this is what I'm going to get for my sister-in-law, because I love her, but she's kind of bougie and she likes that kind of stuff. And it's fine. It's great. Listen, if you own it, it's great. So Uggs are expensive. So I'm like, this is great. 90% off. It's awesome. And I remember sending you that. And you said, Melissa, why don't you just go to the Ugg website and see if they actually have that sale? Now, sure enough, I go to the Ugg website and there's none of those sales are happening, obviously. But, that's certainly something that I've learned over time is you look beyond the ad. If you've got an ad that's popping up, and, we always say if it seems too good to be true, but we do see sometimes things that are too good to be true, and they end up actually being okay. That can happen. Mm-hmm. But going directly to the website, I would imagine, kind of cuts down on some of the lack of transparency or clarity on things.
And then you can compare and contrast and look at who else is selling this item and how much are they selling it for. And if there's a big difference, it probably is too good to be true. Another tip I want to share is that if there are websites you frequent often, bookmark them, but go a step farther and bookmark their customer service, because people are just Googling customer service. And again, scammers can pay to have their numbers come up to the top of the search. So you're not necessarily getting the legitimate customer service number. So if there's a website that you always go on, make sure you have the correct contact information. Because what we're finding in these tariff scams is that at first the customer service might be a little bit helpful. They might be saying, something is just a delay. What they really want to do is they just want to hold on to your money as long as possible. They're trying to keep you from contacting your credit card company. And eventually they'll just stop responding because there is no item. You're not getting anything. Nothing's coming to your front door. So you definitely want to make sure you're calling the correct person. And as always, do the research ahead of time. That extra 5 minutes is going to save you so much headache and money down the line.
Yeah, and the other thing, it leads to is always have a copy of your order detail, right? Because at least the proof is in the pudding, and you can certainly fight a charge, for example, when you use your credit card and you say, hey, this was fraudulent. When you have the proof there, it's a whole lot easier to make a case.
Use a credit card because that offers the most fraud protection, but take a screenshot of that social media ad. Take a screenshot of your receipt. Take a screenshot of the picture of what you thought you were purchasing. And you can use that to then report it to your credit card company if it's not what you received or if you don't receive it at all.
And Kristen Johnson, before I let you go, what are some common red flags? Certainly we want to avoid it, which I think you've outlined a lot of great things we can do to avoid this scam. But let's say somebody already made that order. What are some red flags they should look for?
First off, if you get an email saying blaming tariffs or customs for excessive delays, that's your number one red flag. Go right to your credit card company immediately. If you're asked to pay more money after the fact, after you've placed your order, another huge red flag. Go to your credit card company immediately. If you receive a tracking number or an email saying your item was delivered and it's not to your address, go to your credit card company immediately. And then if they just stop responding, that's another red flag that this isn't a legitimate company. But ahead of time, do an internet search, type the name of the business and the word scam, see if other people have been scammed. Go to bbb.org/scam tracker, see if other people have been scammed, or just look up the company on bbb.org.
Kristen Johnson, always a wealth of knowledge, and we so appreciate you giving us the heads up about this scam. I had not heard about it until you told me about it, but definitely, like I said, I am somebody who uses a lot of third party, and I do find shops, like I said, on Instagram, and I'm not saying you shouldn't shop with them and you shouldn't, but just vet them and make sure you're looking out for this. I had not heard the excuse of tariffs or customs just yet, but I'm glad that I'm aware of it now. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And again, we are going to put the Scam Tracker website on ours, voiceofct.com, so that if you want to check anything ahead of time, that's also a great resource to use, which is what Kristen had just mentioned a couple minutes ago. So we'll put that on our website after the show wraps up.
Your schedule may change in the summer, but WICC still has all the latest local news and our full lineup of talk you need every day. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, The Download, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Plus live local news updates at the top and bottom of the hour, along with traffic and weather. We're live and local and here for you every day on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
If you have hard water, the lime scale not only leaves white spots, it clogs pipes and breaks down appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars in energy and wear. Eliminate limescale and other water issues like brown staining, bad odors, and lead with HydroCare water products available from Wave Home Solutions. Wave's affordable systems don't use salts or chemicals. You'll love the way your water tastes, smells, and looks. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, go to wavebestwater.com. That's WaveBestWater.com.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align. Because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit makeawish@wish.org.
Did you know that every year, public school teachers spend nearly $500 of their own money for student supplies? At Donors Choose, we want students and teachers to have the tools they need for a great education. And now, more than ever, they need your help. Go to DonorsChoose.org and choose from teachers' requests that support reading, math, science, music, and more. Learn more at DonorsChoose.org.
Donors Choose. Support a classroom. Build a future.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
A favorite moment from Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
There was an article that was released this week by Hearst Media. It was an investigation, and it was highlighted in CT Insider. It found that the Connecticut Department of Public Health did not alert the public or healthcare systems about nurses with fraudulent degrees. Now, this was actually something that was sent to me on Instagram by one of our listeners, and they asked, is this true? And I was sort of diving into this a little bit and looking at the details, and sure enough, there was certainly reaction, including from lawmakers. The first person I thought of happens to be the person who is here, and I'd love to get his take on this, is Senator Jeff Gordon. Senator Gordon is a very unique person in the state legislature, and here's why. Not only is he a longtime lawmaker, he represents the 35th district, but he also is a member of the Public Health Committee. He's also a doctor. He's actually only one of two medical doctors in our Connecticut legislature. He's kind of known as like the doctor senator. And so whenever we hear about anything health related and impacting our state, he's the first person I think of to have on the show. And so he joins us now. And Senator Gordon, thank you so much for being here. What is your reaction to this?
Good morning. Thank you for having me on. My first reaction is just outrage that the Department of Public Health in the state knew about this going back at least a couple of years and did not alert anybody to it. I understand they're doing investigations. There's many nurses who have lost or surrendered their licenses. There's many more who are under investigation through the state. But this is something that the feds did a big investigation on and alerted Connecticut, told Connecticut evidently about a little bit over 2 years ago, and now we're just finding out about it. The public's finding out about it. And in fact, not finding out about it from the state, we're all finding out about it from the news services and from the federal government.
Yeah.
So it's very concerning what DPH is doing.
So, you know what I find really interesting about this, Senator Gordon, I know I'm kind of going down a rabbit hole, but if you don't mind following me, that would be great. When I first heard about this investigation, because I think the initial scam, the national scam was back in 2023, maybe? It was a couple of years ago that they had said, hey, we're looking into this. This could be a real problem. We have nurses that have fraudulent degrees. This could be a real issue in a lot of health, and all that. What I found really suspicious is that it aligned with the same time that we went through a real issue, and we saw one of our nursing colleges with 3 campuses here in Connecticut shut down because they had basically unqualified nurses that were getting degrees, and we had instructors that were not vetted. We had curriculum that was not up to speed, essentially. I mean, that's why they shut it down. And one of the biggest questions I asked, I remember asking higher education, I remember asking the Department of Public Health, was, so what happens now? Because it's been in the works for many, many years. It's not like we just opened this college a couple of years ago and now we're shutting it down immediately. We've graduated nurses, and they've been all over the country. So what do we do about it? And the answer sort of was nothing. They're working. So nothing bad has happened substantially. So nothing. I found that very suspect. I don't know if that ever came to mind for you, but that definitely came to mind for me.
And it's a good connection to make, and it raises a lot of concerns. And one of the things that I've been telling people is that there are thousands and thousands of good, hardworking nurses in Connecticut, and it's not as if the entire profession is having a problem. This is a group of people who have gotten, through all these allegations and investigations, fake licenses, and certainly the state's investigating, but the feds very much are. But I want to reassure people that there are thousands and thousands of good nurses who have very valid licenses doing the work that's needed every day, and I thank and commend them, while at the same time we have to hold the Department of Public Health in our state accountable for what did they know, when did they know it, and why, despite the fact that there are investigations going on, there wasn't some effort legally to notify people, especially the legislature, the hospitals, about what's going on. I understand there's confidentiality with investigations, but there's still general information you let the public and the healthcare system know, and clearly that was not done.
Yeah, and actually, Senator Gordon, as we were speaking, I just wanted to check my dates because I never like to give false information or anything, but I'm right on the money with the dates. So it was in 2023, the college degree scam that rocked nursing communities across the country. It was called Operation Nightingale. More than 7,600 people in at least 6 states and Washington, D.C. were tied to this, a massive federal investigation of nearly 24 nursing schools in Florida accused of providing fraudulent diplomas and transcripts. That's how it started. And it was in February of 2023 that here in Connecticut, Stone Academy abruptly closed its 3 campuses. So I just find that to be very suspect. I mean, again, I don't want to link the two together, but I do find that that's very coincidental. I don't know.
I agree with you. It does raise questions, absolutely, doesn't it? And it adds to even more questions we have that if the feds had notified people about this, why didn't the state do its due diligence to notify people?
So what I'm wondering is, I don't know the timeline of everything, and I would, again, now is the time. I'd love to get clarity on this. When we talked to the state, and I remember vividly asking this question of the state, which was, so are we concerned that we have nurses who have degrees from Stone Academy out serving not just Connecticut, but hospitals across the country? Are we worried about this at all? And they said, no, I don't think so. I don't think that's something we need to be concerned about. If there was an issue, the hospital essentially would have fired them or seen there was an issue. They would have taken care of it themselves, that we don't need to essentially take that next step. And I thought, well, that's kind of a very open-ended answer. I don't know if I feel very comfortable with that. And I don't know if I feel very like we're holding anybody accountable. Again, not the nurses' fault by any stretch of the imagination, right? These are people who paid for schooling, and they should have degrees, but after what they've gone through. But it just felt like very little accountability. And the Attorney General was another one I talked to about this, Senator Gordon. It's all coming back to me now, I tell you. But he's somebody who I asked about this because he was investigating Stone, was very upset with the findings. But to me, that was the moment where if this is at all connected, it should have been addressed then and there. It has been over 2 years since that operation happened nationally, and since we had 3 of our campuses closed for nursing issues, for nursing degrees, and why now are we hearing about it in the middle of 2025?
Oh, absolutely. It makes you wonder what some of these people have been doing when we hear from various, top elected officials about, wanting to make certain we can do what's right for health care, but we see time and time again that things just aren't getting done with many, many different things, just not now what we're finding out about this investigation into some of these nurses. Yet we hear the Attorney General, we hear the Comptroller, we hear the Lieutenant Governor, we hear other people talk about how it's important that we're doing what we can, for health care in Connecticut. Yet this is another example where we're not fully seeing that. And again, there's an investigation, and that has to happen, absolutely. But there's also doing the right thing for the public and the hospitals to let them know more about what's going on. So I agree with you. It's easy to put, these different, points together and connect the dots. I really wish we could get more information out from the state, and my Republican colleagues and I are asking that and trying to get some answers for the public so people can know what's happening, but also be reassured that things are being done properly And again, the health care they're getting is excellent health care, and there are many, many good nurses. We need to make certain we're doing our part reassuring the public about that.
Senator, really quick, has the governor said anything publicly? I know he's out of town, but has he said anything about these findings this week?
I haven't heard anything. I know he's out of town, and I wish him safe travels. But I have not heard anything at this point from him or his office.
And nothing has happened with the Department of Public Health, any of the entities you just talked about, Attorney General, no one has commented on the findings that came out of this CT Insider article.
I haven't seen anything yet. Hopefully we will hear something. Perhaps they're listening to your show today, and that will spark some action on their part, but haven't heard anything yet. But I would hope we would hear something soon. This is an important issue, and we want to make certain that people know what's going on and know that their state government is working for them and keeping them informed as best as they can, given I understand some of the confidential legalities of this.
Mm-hmm.